I don't know what that means when you make something for you. She wants something. That's what I was thinking.
All right, I'm going to call the October 3rd, 2023 Committee of the Whole to order. First on the agenda is roll call. Clerk Cox.
Commissioner Gissler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Commissioner Mazer. Here. Commissioner Morales. Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs.
Here.
Chair Taylor. Commissioner Wheeler. Here. And Commissioner DeLu is absent. 8 present.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us your name and address, and you have up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Commissioner Taylor for this opportunity, and I thank the commissioners for permitting this comment and for being so attentive. And I was a teenager. Oh, first of all, my comments will be regarding both of the issues that the YWCA has been framing for us, having to do with the transgender issue and then having to do with the abortion issue. I was a teenager. I didn't know better. I was going through the darkest, most chaotic time in my life. Instead of being given the help needed, the doctors affirmed that chaos into reality. So states Luca Hine. Luca is a 21-year-old woman who is suing the University of Nebraska Medical Center for irreversibly harming her by rushing a double breast amputation to treat her gender dysphoria without first exploring other options. Luca was 16. Luca was placed on testosterone at age 14, causing heart damage, vocal cord pain, joint pain in the hands, arms, pelvic area, spine, disruption of her endocrine and reproductive systems. I was a teenager and didn't know better. She's right. The Swedes, Danes, and Finns are in agreement. Let us hope that the purveyors of transgender propaganda in the US and Canada open their eyes as Europe is doing. During World War II, the German pharmaceutical giant IG Farben was the manufacturer of the cyanide gas Zyklon B. IG Farben profited greatly when the Nazis used Zyklon B for the extermination of Jews and undesirables in the death camps. RU 486 was originally manufactured in France by a pharmaceutical subsidiary of IG Farben and marketed first in 1988. RU 486 marketed now in the US since the year 2000. In the USA, RU 486 is used for over more than half of the recorded abortions in our nation. This pill has a risk evaluation and mitigation strategy attached to its use. These protocols are now being stripped away to facilitate greater use and distribution. It's a 2-step process when a vulnerable woman or a confused teenager goes home with RU 486. The pills are self-administered at home, and they cause, first of all, starvation of the unborn baby and then expulsion of the unborn baby. The RU 486 pills are still gaining much profit for the French subsidiary of IG Farben.
If you could finish up the.
I will finish up, and I
thanks.
do thank you very much for your listening, and I thank you for listening to my comment.
Thank you very much. Any other citizens wishing to address the board?
Hello. Hi, everyone. It's nice to see some familiar faces. I am Emily Deering Caruso. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself personally, resident of 718 Fairview Avenue and small business owner of a business downtown Kalamazoo. I would like to just respond to the previous public comment and to conversations around reproductive justice and reproductive rights, and to thank the commission for considering the work of YWCA Kalamazoo, the work of justice in our community. While there are the statistics you just heard, there are just as many, if not more, much more, stories of folks who have had their lives saved, have had their lives transformed, and who have become better and been able to reach their full potential. As a lifelong resident of Kalamazoo County, this is important to me that we stand up for people, we stand up for their right for dignity and their right to live exactly as they are and as they want to be. So I hope that moving forward, you would consider this as a priority, as it should be in all of our budgets. It is a public health issue to really support people in all of their justice needs, in birth control, in therapy, in abortion services, in any of those needs. It all looks very different for different people. So thank you for the time, and for those of you who are working on the front lines to make sure that our citizens have this right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizens wishing to address the board? Seeing none. Carol, if you want to start the roll.
Dean, are there any recorded calls?
Yes, I'll play those down.
Thank you.
I'm Jeanette Rudinski calling from Kalamazoo County. Please play this message at both 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. meetings of the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners on Tuesday, October 3rd. I would like to thank all of the commissioners, Administrator Catlin, and every county employee who worked on the 2024 budget. The digital budget book that you posted online is great, and I read it from community initiatives which the commissioners selected. I'm Jeanette Rubinski calling from Kalamazoo County. Please play this message at both the 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. meetings of the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners on Tuesday, October 3rd. I would like to thank all of the commissioners, Administrator Catlin, and every county employee who worked on the 2024 budget. The digital budget book that you posted online is great, and I read it from cover to cover. I especially liked the explanatory information in each section, as well as the organizational charts and drop-down spreadsheets throughout the document. I learned a lot about Kalamazoo County's structure, operations, and cash flow. Even the glossary was interesting. The 4 transformative community initiatives which the commissioners selected for 2024, namely the Employee Emergency Relief Fund, the Foreclosure Assistance Fund, the TRICARE Child Care Assistance Program, and the State Medical Bill Relief Program, sound like wonderful projects which will benefit large segments of our community in a big way. I have 2 concerns, however, about the Medical Bill Relief Program. First, the minutes for the 4 p.m. meeting on September 19 state that a national nonprofit would administer the program and negotiate with local health systems. I'm curious as to which national nonprofit would administer the program. Secondly, I think that the rules of the program should stipulate that the money will not be used for abortion, artificial contraception, gender-affirming care, or any doula care related to those services. The program should also be subject to audit by an independent accountant, and the resulting audit opinion should be made public. Releasing only the audit opinion to the public will maintain the privacy rights of the program beneficiaries. Thank you.
Dina, is that all the recorded calls and no one online?
I'm Jeanette Rubinsky calling from Kalamazoo County. Please play this. I'm Jeanette Rubinsky calling.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Cooper, and I live in Portage, Michigan. Please play my comments at both the 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. Kalamazoo Board of Commissioners meetings on October 3rd. Today, I'm calling to again express to you my very strong opposition to funding the YWCA Reproductive Health Grant request under consideration for the 2024 budget. If funded, this program will spend $100,000 of our taxpayer dollars to pay for abortions and gender-affirming care. I would like to again remind you that our Declaration of Independence, so very dear to all USA citizens, states that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that all are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The YWCA Reproductive Health Grant opposes our Declaration of Independence as it does not support life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all Americans of all ages. Today, I would like to share with you the testimony of Sarah Wilhelm about her recent pregnancy and the challenges faced when her baby in the womb was diagnosed with significant abnormalities of the urinary tract. This diagnosis was so serious, the baby was given only a 50% chance of living more than a few weeks after birth. Sarah was advised to abort her baby, even though there was a real possibility that the diagnosis was inaccurate. Sarah made the decision to choose life for her baby, and she stated, "I had always believed that it was not our place to choose when a person, however small, was to die. She knew that if her baby only lived a few days or weeks, it would be a tragic loss for her family, yet she hoped for healing or a less serious condition for her child at birth." Sarah's little boy was born, and his condition was actually mild enough to need only minor surgery. He is now 3 years old and is healthy and meeting every milestone. Sarah stated, "It's so heartbreaking to think how many children would have been aborted because of inaccurate information, fear of the unknown. How many of those children would have been just as perfect and virtually normal as my son?" Sarah's testimony illustrates the righteousness of choosing life for children. Abortion kills a preborn child, and gender surgery kills the hopes and dreams, the pursuit of happiness of a young person. Please, Kalamazoo Board of Commissioners, concentrate on your legitimate responsibilities in serving our county and fund only the services that all our citizens truly need. Do not fund the YWCA Reproductive Health Grant request. A question: has the Pandora's box of nightmare scenarios involving malpractice and incompetence lawsuits, which could possibly be brought against those funding this type of grant, been considered as yet? Please do no harm to our children. Choose life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for every citizen. Thank you.
All right, no other hands raised or?
No other hands raised.
All right, that takes us into the interview for Kalamazoo County Aeronautics Board of Trustees. Do we have Gil online or is he here? Oh, he's here. Oh, gosh. Yeah, in the flesh. All right. The questions, I will start with Commissioner Gissler. Do you want to start with the questions? I'll give the commissioner a chance to introduce himself, and we'll start with you. Gil, if you want to just do a brief statement about yourself, your history on the Airport Authority Board.
Well, life history. I'm born and raised in Michigan, most of that time out in the Climax Galesburg area. Went to Climax Scotts High School, University of Michigan, electrical engineer, and owned and operated the CTS Telecommunications Corporation for about 50 years. So that's pretty much up to the point of retirement.
Sounds good. Commissioner Gissler.
Hi, Gil. Good to see you. I get to ask the first question, right? Why are you interested in serving for another term with this advisory board, or it turns out it's an authority?
Well, primarily, I'm a pilot, so I have a great enthusiasm and a belief in the need for aviation, not only in the private sector where I use it, but also in the public sector for transportation, for business, pleasure. It's a service to the entire Southwest Michigan area, that our airport, and it can get you from here to anywhere in the world. So I think that's a very important part of the community, and I want to be involved in making sure that it heads in the right direction and that we meet the goals and the objectives of the board in doing that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mazer.
Hi, Wendy Mazer, District 8. Share what you have learned from working with people from different cultures. Have you received training in diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Well, I think what I've learned, at least from my experiences in, both getting an education and running a business, is that you have to look at all differences of opinion, all ideas, with an open mind. The idea being that until you've done that, you can't be really sure what the best direction to go is or what the right answer to the question is. And so you can have differences of opinion, and you have to weigh those and try to make a decision that will reach a desirable end result based on that thought process.
Thank you, and go blue. I'm also Michigan, so U of M.
Vice Chair Ray.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Tammy Ray, I represent District 1. How will you use what you have learned in your work on this advisory board?
I'm sorry.
How will you use what you have learned in your work with this advisory board?
Well, again, I think it's a matter of, turning a blind eye to issues of gender or race or anything of that nature. And you have to focus on education, experience, motivation, goals, and, personality, being able to get along with other people. And that is a critical part of trying to, again, to, be not only a leader of a group, but a member of a group and somebody that's going to contribute on a positive basis.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. Jeff Hepler, I represent District 7, which is Cooper, Richland, Ross, and Charleston. Thank you for being here today. The question that I have here is, during your time on the advisory board and authority, what has the advisory board authority accomplished and how did you help?
Okay, well, over the course of time that I've been involved, which is actually since the authority was formed in 2006, I think the biggest accomplishment was the construction of a new terminal, which really opened the gate for the growth in the number of people that can enplane and deplane and be in comfort and taken care of. Security, of course, becoming a very critical issue about halfway through that period. And so that new building, I think, was a big plus in the growth of the airport. The other thing that I think was an important step along the way, when I first was interviewed for a position on the board, one of the questions that I was asked was, what's the biggest shortcoming of the board as I saw it at that time of the airport? And my answer was that I thought it was that we were landlocked, that in order to be able to grow, particularly in the aviation community, you have to have some space. And so a number of years ago, we were able to acquire some vacant acreage on the southwest corner, but adjacent to the existing airport area, so that we now have opportunity to grow in more areas. If we need more hangars, if we need more ramp space, if we need place for warehouses or whatever the case might be in order to support local aviation-oriented business. And probably last, and it's still in the works, but we're looking at the runway extension, which will bring the runway up to the standards that are necessary for the more modern, higher seat capacity airplanes that are now being used to serve not only our area, but all across the country and across the world. So that's a critical step, and we're hoping to have that completed and in service in a couple of years. It's not an easy process, trust me.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Gil Montes Morales, District 3. What is the greatest strength that you have brought or greatest accomplishment to the Advisory Board Authority?
Well, I'd like to think that by trying to maintain a cooperative, unified, helpful, and focused approach to trying to reach those goals, the things that we just talked about. And part of the issue is trying to do that with a continual change of personnel, not only at the board level, but staff and others that you have to work with. And so that you have to keep focused on the whole idea that, once again, going back to, you have to look at everybody's opinion, everybody's attitude, everybody's idea on an equal basis and try to make sure that at the end of the day, the goal is to reach a positive result.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stubbs, you got the easiest one.
Thought that was our last one. Sorry. Oh, I got ahead of myself. I do have the easiest one. Gil, do you have any other questions for us at this time?
No, not really. I think the questions made pretty good sense. I think we're trying to get a focus on where we're headed and where we'd like to be headed. And if I can help, I will.
Thank you very much. And more importantly, thank you for your service on that board since its inception as well. Appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure.
Okay, I think we are, any more questions from commissioners? Okay, well, now we've got, pull up the agenda here.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Straps.
do we want to have some discussion and make a recommendation?
I think that's what I've got here. We've got three people I'd like to discuss all three candidates. Administration sent everybody the former interviews so that you could, keep up if you wanted to redo the interviews. But I'd like to hear what commissioners think, and then we can put, we have 3 spots for 2 positions, or 2 spots for 3 applicants. I'm sorry, the other way around. 2 spots for 3 applicants, and yeah, right. There's a lot of things you shouldn't be buying through the mail, but okay. So are there any conversations or discussion from commissioners? Commissioner Gisler, then Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. I have, over the years that I've been a commissioner, been the liaison to the Airport Authority most of the time. I think I missed 2 years when Dale Sugars really wanted to do that. And I said, fine, knock yourself out. But now I'm back. And Gil was a little modest in what he mentioned as his accomplishments, besides security, the new terminal, and expansion for hangars and that sort of stuff, and the runway expansion. One of the things he did during his tenure, and he was the chair at that time, was fill Dave Reed's shoes with Craig Williams. Dave Reed was the airport director for some time. And I don't know, I'm probably speaking ill or speaking wrongly here. He went somewhere much larger than Kalamazoo it was a positive thing for him, but it left us kind of. And Gil headed up the group that found Craig Williams coming here from Flint. And he bounced into Fort Wayne and Flint, and I'm not sure, a couple of other places in the Midwest. And I was flabbergasted to find a guy with that kind of background, ready, willing, and able to come to Kalamazoo. Now, Gil didn't do it as a one-man band. He had some help, I think, from Dave Buskirk, who we know, and a couple of other people who we don't know as well. But it was a great team effort. And beyond that, I do take my hat off to Gil for running a hell of a meeting. He no muss, no fuss. The meetings don't go indefinitely. They are wrapped up pretty clearly. They follow their agenda. And it's just a good, effective way of doing it. Now, the airport board will have to appoint him again as the, or elect him as the chair. And, you know, I don't get a vote on that, but I would certainly hope they seriously consider it. They've got a very savvy board representing just about every part of aviation interest with a travel agent, I believe, a couple of people from, pardon me, major employers, travel groups. And I can't imagine anybody that would be better equipped to do the job he's been doing than Gil is. And therefore, I will support him hook, line, and sinker. And I would be willing to propose that we appoint him, reappoint him, and then discuss the other two, because they're decent candidates too. But I would be distressed if Gil doesn't wind up on that board again. Thank you.
Commissioner Morales, then Commissioner Hepler, did you? Oh, you didn't? Okay. Okay. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Vice Chair Ray?
Thank you, Chair. So I did not review the interview, so I kind of don't remember, but I do have some notes that are pretty good. So I just want to recommend that we move forward to appoint Keith Garrett in addition to reappointing Gil.
Can't buy those to the mail
Sorry.
either. Okay, I will, Commissioner Morales.
Yes, in agreement with Vice Chair, I was over here chatting. And one of the reasons why I like Dr. Harrod, when we asked the inclusivity question, he really took a in-depth dive on his understanding of that and how to incorporate it. So although folks have been, you know, serving since inception and all those good things, I truly believe that when we incorporate new blood, you know, or in new, I'll say not new blood, but new thoughts and ideas from especially a professor that is engaged at the university, you know, they have an aero program there that he's familiar with. I would also recommend Dr. Harrod to sit on this board as well.
Those were my two choices as well. I think that makes the sense of his experience in crisis management and then the longevity that Gil has had at that role. I think those are two great choices. So Commissioner Stubbs.
Thank you. I agree with all my colleagues, and I just wanted to thank Gil for coming and having additional dialogue with the board. That's different than the process, I'm sure, as you're aware, may have been in the past. And we're doing that to continue a dialogue to make sure that we're offering opportunities for, you know, expanding perspectives on the board. But I would also support Mr. Culver's reappointment. But I wanted to thank him for taking the time to come and speak with us today and explain why. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we've got the consensus. Commissioner Wheeler, did you want to? No, I think we've got consensus. We can have a motion drafted under new business tonight and appoint those two people tonight. If that works with administration and corporate counsel, should be cool. I'm getting nods, yes. So we should have that on the agenda tonight at the 7 o'clock meeting. Okay, next on the agenda is the presentation of the Arthur E. Mildred Woolham Nature Preserve. Dave Rakowitz.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight, we're going to share with you a very short synopsis of our master plan. If you have any other questions, want hard copies, want a site tour, we're happy to accommodate all those requests. The next slide, Dina. So just real quick overview, the Woolham Preserve, as many of you know, is located in really the heart of Texas Township. It's located on the south side of the El Sable Preserve and located on Bass Lake. Next slide. Really the greatest features of the park, number one is the water. So it has two bodies of water, Scouter's Pond and then Bass Lake. Bass Lake is about 50 acres. It's about 50 feet deep. The Drain Commissioner did a lake study for us and mapped the bottom. So it's pretty cool to see how deep that small lake is. In addition, this is the headwater of the west branch of the Portage Creek. So the water flows from here through Portage by Lowe's, ends up in the Kalamazoo River here, downtown Kalamazoo. Next slide. And then obviously the other 210 acres offers a variety of natural features on the site. That's the Portage Creek as it flows through the property. And it's really a beautiful location all seasons. Next slide. When we acquired the property, there were 67 structures on the property. So it's a cursing and a blessing all in the same. Obviously, we inherited a lot of infrastructure that is going to have great park use and park purpose. These are some of the buildings we'll be keeping. We have restroom buildings. We have the building in the upper right is going to be a meeting cabin for small groups. We have the center picture is going to be an outdoor chapel for weddings, church services, or any other type of outdoor events. And then we have some former cabins that'll be either kept for that purpose or repurposed for youth programming, day use youth programs. Next slide. The nicest building, I think, as far as a park use on the property is we're calling it the Indoor Pine Pavilion. And it seats about 225 people, has restrooms, heating, air conditioning, will be a really nice facility to have future board retreats. Next slide. Out of those buildings, we're keeping roughly 20 of the 67 buildings. So that means we have roughly 50 buildings that need to go away. So these are examples of some of the facilities that will no longer exist at the property. A lot of these buildings were built in the 1950s and they are in very poor condition and not worth rehabbing. And then the other part that we really struggled to look at, some of the buildings that were borderline, what is the park use and what do we want these buildings for and do they have a purpose? And if they don't, we don't plan to proceed to keep those buildings.
Thank you. Director, just a question, the outdoor amphitheater
Yes.
facility, that one has to be demolished, isn't it? I mean, it's not in repair enough that it can be made of use?
It's one of those facilities we don't just feel like we have a use for it.
Okay.
So we have two other amphitheaters on the site that are a little bit smaller and right on the water's edge, really beautiful. So our plan is to sort of keep those two and refurbish those. And this super large facility, we just don't see that there's a market for it. Next slide. So during the master plan process, I just wanted to share with you sort of, we acquired the services of O'Boyle, Blaylock and Associates, OCBA here from Kalamazoo. Sandy Bleesner is here today from that firm. One of obviously the important goals was to get public input and feedback from our community. So one of the first steps we did was we went out and had one-on-one meetings with those organizations you see listed there. And then we had two public gathering meetings or input sessions. We had over 125 participants. And then we also did surveys that were collected and we analyzed that data. And then we also OCBA did site visits and inventory analysis on the ground, boots on the ground out at the future park. Next slide. So this is the future master plan. It's obviously a little hard to see with 212 acres. But basically, the park is going to be broken into a couple zones. The lower portion is going to be the youth programming area. You can see it sort of tinted purple. That's where the cabins and those buildings will be in for either overnight or day use. And then the center and the north part of the property is going to be the general park areas, parking, restrooms, picnic pavilions, and the nature features of the property. The one thing I can share with you, out of all the buildings and future uses, we're only talking about adding 3 structures to the property, and those are going to be open-sided picnic pavilions. So we have some existing pavilions, but they're not in good locations. They were designed for camp where kids hiked to these facilities. We need places that are ADA accessible and can accommodate sort of regular park use. So we also plan to build a nature-based or nature-themed playground on the site as an added feature for people that visit the property. We have quite a comprehensive hiking trail network. We haven't mapped it yet, but the construction of it is about complete. We have it on paper, but we just need to go out and measure the distances. My guess is we're going to be about 6 miles of hiking trail on the property. Next slide. I think what I wanted to really just touch on is what's included and then what's not included. So we are going to have day use facilities for youth groups. We're going to have overnight facilities for organizational camping. We're going to have the indoor group pavilion. We're going to have modern restroom buildings. We already have, we have 4 of them on site. We're going to keep 3 of them. So really nice structures. We'll have a new playground, the 3 picnic shelters and the chapel shelter I mentioned. We're going to have an outdoor education classroom. We're hoping to partner with Kalamazoo Valley Community College on that and some of the local public school systems. We'll have a nature center, the small outdoor amphitheaters. We'll have 2 of those, hiking trails, fishing docks, canoe, kayak, and boat rentals. We will not allow outdoor boats on the property or outside boats on the property, only county owned, and that's to reduce the introduction of invasive species. And then we'll have hiking trails and native prairie restoration project. The next slide will highlight what we're not including. So this is an all-inclusive, but these were things that were sort of vetted out in the public meetings and input we got. We will not have horse trails on the property. We will not have a swimming beach. The large amphitheater has been eliminated. All the unused and poor condition facilities that I mentioned will be eliminated, and we will not have ice fishing on the site either. So there are also 2 other agreements that this board has approved. One is a conservation easement with the Southwest Michigan Land Conservancy, and the other is a deed restriction that we entered into with all neighboring parcels on the lake that limits the boat access and tries to protect the water, limits the use to electric motors only, so we won't have jet skis hopefully on the lake. But all the neighbors agreed to that, and it was a very good cooperative effort to preserve and conserve that lake forever, essentially. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. It's a lot of information in a very short window, but we are very excited about the future of the park. One thing I did want to share is next steps, where we're headed. So once this plan is adopted, we will be working with Texas Township to go through their planning processes and getting our plan formally approved by the township. We have been working steadily for the last year plus on work on the site. So a lot has happened and a lot has changed. We have more to do. So the other thing we've been waiting for approval from the board is the actual contractual demo work. So that will go very fast, but we wanted to make sure once we tear stuff down, it's forever. So that there was agreement and consensus that the board says, yes, we can proceed with this plan and start tearing stuff down. We're estimating phase 1 and 2. So phase 1 will be hiking trails, public access, sort of the bare bone basics. We need buildings to be gone before we can complete phase 1. We're planning on completing that either late this year or early next year, and then starting to phase the property open for the public. We were shooting for the fall, but it's looking more likely that it will be spring. And then the second part of that is the construction of new facilities and renovation of the buildings, and we're planning to have that done by next summer. We're anticipating the total project for those 2 phases to be about $1.5 million. We were awarded $500,000 in the ARPA process, so we've already started utilizing those funds. We've been raising private funds through the Parks Foundation, and we're well on our goal of that additional $1 million will be privately funded.
Any questions, Commissioner Gisser?
Thank you, Dave. The work is incredible that you and your team have done. Would you remind me one time, because I think I know it, but the deal with with Markham, or Mark, what's the chap's name? Woolham.
John Woolham.
Yeah, is that you can't increase the square footage of structures. So when you take one down, say, 200 square feet, that puts 200 square feet in the bank that you can now spend on new structures. And you indicated, I think, that you're going to come nowhere near that, at least not initially in phase 1 and 2.
We'll have plenty of square footage available after the demo phase is complete. So
Okay.
we are logging as we demo buildings, we log the date that it's been demoed and the square footage.
Okay, and the other question, I think I know the answer to as well. The shooting and archery range is no longer part of the equation.
I wouldn't say the archery range is definitely out of the equation in the long term when we get into the programming side. The firearm range is definitely not going to be on the property. So the scouts formerly had a shooting range that will be eliminated. So we are repurposing that building as the environmental education center. So it's a beautiful building and it's going to, I think, serve really good use for that. But we just did not feel like guns shooting in the background was good for a nature center, a nature preserve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mazur.
So I had the privilege of taking a site tour a few months ago with Dave, and it's beautiful out there. So thank you.
One quick question, camping, will there be campgrounds or campsites out there or no? That
We are only going to have group or organized camping. So we're not
Okay.
planning any typical campsites.
Okay. And I think it's important to remember, I think it was only about 10, 15 years ago, we were talking about closing down a park. And here we are, we're expanding one on the west side of the county. I think it's just incredible work and you're doing it with $1 million of private funded money. So thank you very much.
Yeah, a special shout out to Irving S. Gilmore Foundation. They've been huge supporters of this project. And I think what they also offer is they support the project. It encourages others in our community to also support the project.
Kudos.
John, and we also have been looking, I think, for as long as you've been on the board, for something on the west side in the way of a park. And this fills the bill in spades.
I think you've got consensus from commissioners. So
thank you very much.
All right, next is materials management plan presentation. Rachel.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for your time. I wanted to bring this to you today, as in the next few months, we will be asking for your approval on some items. And so I wanted to make sure you were brought up to speed on this process and what it will entail and what your role is in this process. Can you go to the next slide, Dina? A little bit of background first on our current existing solid waste management plan. It was developed in approved in 1999. It is solely for landfill disposal capacity and transfer stations. That was what the old law focused on. So the old plan does not list recycling centers or anything of that matter. It's really landfill capacity. Kalamazoo County does not have any current active landfills. All of our municipal solid waste goes to 3 counties outside of our area. And so that is part of the plan as well, where you're exporting your waste to. We do not import waste into Kalamazoo County, except we do have, I think, an agreement on some household hazardous waste that we do take from some other communities outside of Kalamazoo County. So, yep, next slide, thank you. So why the change? Landfill, again, was the focus of the old legislation. Michigan residents are paying about $600 million to landfill materials that can be used or reused. There are businesses out there that are looking for materials and as a commodity, waste materials. Michigan, I want to correct this slide. This is an error. Michigan is actually at the middle for reuse and recycling, basically because of our bottle law. However, we are still at the top for the amount of landfill per person in the country. We're actually number one, and most of the Midwest is really high on that level of material, tons of material that's sent to the landfill. The Michigan Healthy Climate Plan as well was developed a couple of years ago with the goal of increasing Michigan's recycling rate to 45% by 2030. That's a pretty lofty goal. Right now we're at 22%. So we have a little ways to go on that. And so they're really looking to the counties to increase their diversion from landfills and reuse and recycle rates. Next slide, please. This is just a map showing the Midwest is the kind of the hot spot. Definitely talked about, and we hear about Canada. That's probably some of the reason, although the latest numbers I heard is Michigan has about 20% of that number is from Canada, and it's really mostly on the eastern part of the state, but there's still a fair number that comes from outside of the country, is part of the reason as well. Next slide, please. So this is where it comes important for you as the commission to what your role is with the updated legislation that became effective March 29th, specifically subpart 11 of part 115, the materials management plans. Any day now, it was actually expected last week. The Eagle director, that's Michigan Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, will be submitting to all counties a letter asking the question, will the county intend to create a new materials management plan? And they're asking for your response within 180 days. If the decision by the county is not to plan, then Eagle would create the plan for us. So the active solid waste committee right now, currently, is recommending that, yes, the county will plan. That is the intention that they have and that they're hoping the county commission. So planning to, in the next few weeks, to ask for your approval to submit a letter of intent to plan to Eagle stating that we will plan. Next slide, please. This slide just shows some information of facilities that will be required now in the new plan. And I know it's really tiny, but it lists the what was in the old plans, of course, any disposal facility, any transfer station, but it also adds materials recovery facilities, which is like a recycling sorting center. If you have any business that would like to do that in our community, that has to be cited or listed in our plan. Compost facilities would need to be listed in the plan, as well as anaerobic digesters, and then new technologies. That's not entirely clear yet what that means. Of course, that's newly invented technologies. As they come up, they may be required to be cited or added to our plan. And if they are not in our plans, then they would have to go through an amendment process. Like we did a couple of years ago with our current plan, it would be an amendment to add them to the plan. And hopefully if we have a robust plan, we're considering it up front, but amendments are allowed as well if you need to add a business to the plan. Next slide, please. So they are giving us some money if we do answer, yes, we intend to plan, which is great news for us. $60,000 per county per year. And then for the first 3 years of the planning period, an additional 50 cents per capita, which for the 3-year total of the first planning section is estimated to be about $526,000 to Kalamazoo County. It is for primarily planning what's going to be in your plan, what needs to be in your plan, but also if there's some projects that need to be implemented to make us reach the Part 115 rules. There's some requirements on benchmark recycling centers to either drop off or curbside that is dependent on population sizes in your communities. So that is potentially what some of this funding could be used for. So anything that we see as a need in this community. Next slide. So the next steps after we will hopefully be submitting this notice of intent to plan in the next month or so, the county will receive a second notification from Eagle that asks, will Kalamazoo County collaborate with neighboring counties on a multi-county materials management plan? And there's significant more bureaucracy involved when you combine counties. And really, we have been talking to all of our neighbors. I've had a lot of discussions. Most of them are on the same page that they would prefer to do an individual county plan and then collaborate with agreements. And one example is in Calhoun County, there's a business that needs glass, may need more glass from recycling materials. That's something that we can work out with the private sector haulers and Calhoun County to send them some of our glass. So that could be done on an individual basis. There's another layer of leadership when you do a multi-county plan. And there's also a requirement that 2/3 of the townships in each county need to respond yes or no that they're voting for the plan. So that really adds another layer that most of the counties in our region are thinking they would rather just do agreements based on our needs. What can we share? What are things that Kalamazoo County has that some of our neighbors might be, interested in helping with? So that is where we're at right now. Of course, northern counties have been doing this for a long time where they do multi-county collaboration, even on other things like public safety and stuff. So I think that's maybe suited for them. Most of the counties around here are looking for single county, but that's not a done deal. If something, happened that anyone was really interested in, really seemed like a benefit to both counties, then that's a consideration to make. But the solid waste materials, the solid waste committee did vote at their September 16th meeting to recommend just a single county plan. So I wanted you to be aware of that as well. So another next step would be to establish a new materials management planning committee. So there's new rules. The current solid waste management committee is too large. It reduces the numbers a little bit and has some other specific rules around experience of the people on the board. So there will need to be some changes to that. And that will be something we'll be asking the board appointments committee to pretty quickly help us establish this new committee, as we have some timelines to meet with Eagle. So we will be approaching you with that application process, like your normal application process, but establishing this new committee to replace the existing solid waste committee. And then moving forward, actually the last meeting of the solid waste committee, they have already started rewriting the bylaws to meet the new legislation. So that they have a draft ready for legal counsel to review, so that'll be ready for the new materials management committee when they're seated. So that should be fairly quick. And then the next step would be to prepare a work program to submit to Eagle that will detail what the funding will be used for in the 3-year planning process. So there's definitely some timelines in there that we need to meet on getting our letter of intent to plan in, our information that we have a materials management planning committee seated, and then moving forward to submit that work program so that they will then give us the funding. It's where they give you a certain percentage up front. It's not a reimbursement amount. So it should be pretty, hopefully easily flowing money to us to be able to get the work done. The next slide just has showing you the timelines on there. You can go to the next slide. I just provided some information that this committee has been working pretty actively, this current solid waste committee over the last year, looking at what the legislation is going to require. So there are some members on that committee and some information that will be provided to the next committee to really help them hit the ground running. But one of the things that is a little bit tricky is getting a hold of our current diversion rate at the county level. That is not as easy as it might sound. And so that is something we're going to start with. There is in the new legislation, there's requirements for the haulers and private contractors to do a little more reporting than they have done in the past. So we should be able to get countywide numbers a little easier. We're hoping that we can set what is our current diversion rate so we can set some goals moving forward. Let's see, what kind of things do we need? We would like to see municipalities sign up in a program that Eagle has partnered with. I believe it's RRS, a consultant, to track their solid waste disposal and recycling. So that might be an easier way for us to get numbers. I did mention the benchmark recycling standards have changed based on population size. So you might have to offer a drop-off site for if you have a 50,000 or less, you might have to offer a few more drop-off locations. And if you have an urban area, it has to be 90% access to recycling in general, not necessarily curbside, but some type of recycling program. And just my last information on there is it should include realistic diversion goals and look at needs that both the urban areas and the rural areas need, because they have very different needs, which we all realize that. So transporting the materials to a drop-off site can be expensive for people and add to the amount of gas you're using. So that might not be the best route to go. So these last two slides are just what the plan should involve, and then happy to take questions about this.
Commissioner Stubbs?
Thank you, Chair. So just one point maybe of clarification and then a question. So if we're establishing a new body, then that application review and interview process will happen here at the full board level rather than the board appointments. So we'll just have to be mindful of that for the timeline.
I don't know that it needs to go. I think it could still go to the board appointments committee. I don't think it would need to.
I think what Commissioner Stubbs is saying, per our bylaws, any new committee that's formed goes in front of the full
Okay.
Board of Commissioners.
Okay, all right. Okay,
So
so
just
that should be
FYI.
factored in. Thank
Yeah.
you for that.
The other, so a lot of the discussion about recycling excess, it seems like we're talking about like post-consumer waste materials. But I assume as well that part of this plan is a, collaboration, like you talked about, industry needing glass and Calhoun industrial plans for recycling components as well.
Yes, so the primary focus is on municipal and really residential waste for the regulations, but I do work with the Southwest Michigan Sustainable Business Collaborative, and they do have interest in, as an industry, industry and manufacturing, looking at what they can contribute to reducing landfill waste. So I think there's definitely open discussion for that. But part of one thing I had in the slide is that this plan should open us up for grant funding, which can assist any kind of business that's looking to go into the green circular economy to try to help encourage that kind of business. There's a lot of grant funding out there right now for that. And MEDC and the Michigan Business Connect is also looking at that and ways to connect businesses, recycled materials, that want recycled materials. And that is a great way for us to divert waste, but the connection piece, they're really working on how to connect business with communities.
So I assume maybe we could also then share the resources on our public facing pages. to help
Yes,
get-
absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gessler.
Thank you, Chair. As you were talking earlier on about collaboration between other adjacent and nearby counties, my grandson would call it a fun fact that John Fowle is now the administrator of Van Buren County. Again, he was in that position before, but he's also acting. I don't know whether he was the acting administrator, and his official title prior to that was either assistant administrator or deputy administrator here. So, we'll have a friendly face in Van Buren
Yeah.
if we need some kind of cooperation.
Their conservation district is heavily involved in their recycling programs there, so they are a good resource as well. And we have been meeting over the last year prior to the legislation passing, and Van Buren County has been active in those meetings. Most of the region has really just talking about, first of all, what to do when the legislation passes. We're all kind of getting our heads wrapped around that, and then how to collaborate. That's definitely why we're continuing those meetings. We meet on a monthly basis. So every other month lately, but I can see that picking up again. So Van Buren County is a great
Thank you.
partner. Yep.
Thank you. Commissioner Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. You did elaborate, and we have talked in our meetings, as I said on that, of getting buy-in from all of our townships, cities and villages in the county, or as many as we can get in, and we need what, about 2/3, as I understand?
Yeah, although, let me mention this, legislation has changed a little bit. So in the past, it was, you needed 2/3 to vote yes. And they've had plans set for 10 years when townships did not respond. The townships and municipalities now have a time window to respond. And so if we have only 10 of 24 respond, we need 2/3 of the responses to vote yes. That is a difference in the new legislation. So that is something that we will be talking to the townships. So they are very aware of that they need to give us their input on this plan. It's very important. And with our 2 amendments, we had all municipalities approve. So hopefully we have good rapport on that plan and those amendments that happen, that will happen going forward. But yes, we do need that many people to respond.
That's not just, what about the cities and the villages? They
That's
have to-
included. Yeah, all
they're
24.
24, yeah, 24.
Correct.
Yes, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
But they won't be able to sit on it. They have a time frame to respond. If they don't respond, then they kind of lose their opportunity to vote essentially if they don't submit a response. So that's been pointed out as new in the legislation.
And I would add, we certainly have a history in Kalamazoo County, whether it's our household hazardous waste program that incorporates every municipality, just darn near every municipality. The early voting thing that the clerk's working on, that's including just about every municipality. We've done that before. That being said, I agree with your plan of a single county plan makes the most sense. The incentivizing from the state to do a multi-plan, I don't believe is worth the extra bureaucracy. But having that single plan is certainly a huge revenue generator to the county, in that we can have these people work on good projects within Kalamazoo County to divert landfill trash. And the state's going to pay for it, at least the first portion of it. I think that's a great win-win. So I'm certainly on board. Thank you for your help. And if we need to get people through here very quickly for an interview process, I'm happy to help make that,
Okay.
expedite that as quickly as possible.
Okay, appreciate
So,
that. Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Next on our agenda, payroll and payroll disbursements. Ryan.
All right, good evening, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. An accounts payable claims list totaling $7,153,123.23 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $5,854,874.60. Payroll disbursements totaling $2,414,668.83 are presented for the September 29th payrolls.
Questions from commissioners? See none. Thank you very much. We've got a couple guests in the audience for some of the proclamations that we're going to read for the first reading. So is it okay if I jump into that before I jump back into call you guys back up for budget? Take about a couple minutes that way. Thank you so much. Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to call up Ms. LaJoyce Brooks from Apprenticeship and Prior Learning at Kalamazoo Valley. She's the director. She's going to read the first reading of the proclamation for Apprenticeship Week at Kalamazoo Valley.
Well, good evening, and thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to be here today. As Monty said, Commissioner Morales said, I am LaJoyce Brooks. I am the director of the Apprenticeship and Prior Learning Assessment Office, representing Kalamazoo Valley Community College Registered Apprenticeships Program. And so I'm here today to ask for the blessing of the commissioners to provide a proclamation for us during National Apprenticeship Week as a leader and expert in the field of registered apprenticeships. Whereas Kalamazoo Valley Community College is celebrating the 9th anniversary of National Apprenticeship Week in raising awareness of the vital role Registered Apprenticeships RA plays as a proven workforce and industry-driven training model and as a key strategy to improving job quality and creating access to good paying, family-sustaining jobs for all, including with youth and young adults. Whereas Kalamazoo Valley Community College recognizes the urgent need to prepare students to address some of our nation's pressing workforce challenges and continued effort to expand opportunities to ensure more students and job seekers gain in-demand skills without extensive tuition debt, providing employers the talent they need to grow and thrive. Whereas Kalamazoo Valley Community College registered apprenticeship programs enable employers to develop and train their future workforce while offering career-seeking students affordable pathways to high-paying quality jobs. Whereas Kalamazoo Valley Community College recognizes registered apprenticeships as an opportunity to meaningful pathways of employment for individuals who have been historically underserved, marginalized, and adversely affected by persistent and generational poverty and inequalities, thus providing on-ramps for all qualified individuals, including women, youth, people of color, rural and tribal communities, justice-involved individuals, and individuals with disabilities to become apprentices and contribute to the American's industry. Whereas Kalamazoo Valley Community College is recognized by the state of Michigan as an expert in the field of registered apprenticeship, having worked with more than 1,000 apprentices, 124 sponsoring companies, an intermediary of information technology apprenticeships for Kalamazoo Technology Training Partnerships, KTTP, a core partner with Kalamazoo Public Schools, the Kalamazoo Promise, in the implementation of Career Launch Kalamazoo, CLK, an in-school district-based youth apprenticeship program in the Southwest Michigan region, nationally recognized by New America, CareerWise, and Partnering Advancing Youth Apprenticeships, PAYA. Whereas the Kalamazoo Board of Commissioners recognize the pivotal role educators, school counselors, and educational institutions serve in not only bringing awareness of registered apprenticeships opportunities to students, parents, and the community, but also serving employers, training providers, sponsors, and intermediaries. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Kalamazoo Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim November 13th through 19th, 2023, National Apprenticeship Week, and that the Kalamazoo Valley Community College is a leader and expert in the area of registered apprenticeships, promoting industry awareness and apprenticeship expansions, continue to support opportunities for registered apprenticeships, RA, with the United States Department of Labor, USDOL, and work towards our statewide goal of increasing post-secondary credentials to 60% by 2030 during the 9th Annual National Apprenticeship Week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is our first reading, and we will be voting on this at our subsequent next meeting at 7 o'clock. Looking forward, do we have any other? I know we had one, Terrell, that other reading that YWCA, but that one needs to be done tonight and tonight as well, because it's the third week of October, and by the time our next meeting happens, the 21st, it'll be past that. So do we have somebody from the audience doing? We do, okay.
You got a copy? The bottom right button.
Hello? Okay, perfect. Greetings, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to read the proclamation, which is so important to continuing our mission at the YWCA of eliminating racism and empowering women. So I'm going to do the reading, recognizing YWCA Week Without Violence, whereas women and girls often face interlocking and compounding social barriers such as racism, sexism, and gender-based violence, which impact their ability to access their full lives, and whereas violence against women impact the lives of countless women and their families across the United States, with 1 in 4 women experiencing domestic violence and more than 3 women murdered each day by their current or former partner in communities across the country. And whereas every 68 seconds, another American is sexually assaulted, and out of every 100, less than a third are reported to police, only 50 led to an arrest, and only 28 led to a felony conviction. And whereas financial abuse is experienced in upwards of 99% of domestic violence cases and occurs across all socioeconomic, educational, racial, and ethnic groups. And whereas violence exists in the community of Kalamazoo County, where 1,790 people in the year of 2022 within Kalamazoo County were victims of reported domestic violence. And whereas 68% of those who were victims of domestic violence in Kalamazoo County were women. And whereas women of all racial, ethnic, and economic backgrounds experience domestic violence, and BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color, women, immigrant women, women with disabilities, and members of the LGBTQIA+ community face higher and heightened risk of violence and greater barriers to legal remedies to supportive services due to factors such as limited English proficiency and language barriers, fear of deportation, limited access to higher education and job resources, higher risk of poverty, and limited resources for access to support and affordable childcare. And whereas 1 of every 4 homeless women, because of violence committed against her, and over 92% of homeless mothers have experienced severe physical and/or sexual abuse during their lifetime. And whereas 209 women on a single day in 2022 were homeless in Kalamazoo County, and whereas the community of Kalamazoo County has declared racism a public health crisis and will work to end the epidemic of gender-based violence and support families, let it therefore be it resolved that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the 3rd week of October as the annual observance of YWCA Week Without Violence.
Thank you very much. And this will be read and voted on at tonight's meeting due to timing issues. Thank you. And then we have a national lights out, I think, or lights on. Yeah, gotta get that right. Keeping the lights on after school day, first reading. Do we have anybody from the audience, or does the commissioner want to do that? Commissioner Wheeler, I'm picking on you today. You want to do the.
Absolutely. Keeping the lights on after school. Whereas the citizens of Kalamazoo County stand firmly committed to quality after school programs and opportunities because they provide nurturing, high quality, and engaging learning experiences that help youth develop social, emotional, physical, and academic skills, and support families by ensuring youth are engaged in supportive learning environments after the regular school day ends, and build stronger communities by involving youth, parents, business leaders in the lives of young people, thereby ensuring all youth thrive. Whereas Kalamazoo County Youth Development Network, KYD Network, has provided significant leadership in improving outcomes for youth, grounded in the principle that quality after-school programs are key to helping our youth thrive. Whereas Lights On After School, the national celebration of after-school programs held this year on October 26th, promotes the importance of quality after-school programs in the lives of youth, families, and communities. Whereas many after-school programs in our community are facing funding shortfalls so severe that they are being forced to close their doors and turn off their lights. Whereas the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners is committed to investing in the health and safety of all young people by providing expanded learning opportunities that will help to ensure all youth thrive. Therefore, be it resolved that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners do hereby proclaim October 26th as Lights On After School Day. And be it further resolved that this Board of Commissioners enthusiastically endorses Lights On After School and commits our community to engage in innovative after-school programs and activities that ensure the lights stay on and that the doors stay open for all youth after school.
Thank you very much. And that will be voted on at our next meeting. There's not a time constraint on that one, I believe. The next two things, and I'm going to check with administration. I just talked with, if the commissioners don't have a problem, do you mind taking doing the responsible bidder in the consideration of a request to change the name of the Justice Center before we get into the budget? Because that could take the whole time and I'd like to get those two done. I'll go to the responsible bidder policy one first. What I'm looking for is commissioners to sit with Commissioner Strebs and I and Terrell on a committee so that specifically a Republican commissioner to sit with us on this committee to look at a responsible bidding policy, look what had been changed at it, and then look how we can make it better, not only from an aspect of trying to encourage local participation from Kalamazoo County. I would define local participation as Kalamazoo County, not a designated number of miles, but then also we can look at a social equity piece as that. There's no reason that it has to be one or the other, and we can look at both of those at the same time. So I wanted to see if there were any commissioners that would want to serve with Commissioner Strebs, and I have been working on this. In the interest and the spirit of the Open Meetings Act, it would make more sense if this was an official meeting and called, and we can go through line by line so that we can get all this as transparent out into the open as possible. The debates that go back and forth. And then when we bring that to the full board, we can have another round of debates on it as well. So are there any commissioners that would like to serve? I'm looking at you, Commissioner Gisler. Sure. I
love to go over policies and bylaws.
Yeah, it's okay. And Vice Chair Ray? Okay. So I will have work with administration and we can set that up. Because if we go into this at this board level, it's going to take, I mean, going through qualified bidders and what percentage of the AMI, I mean, it would make a lot more sense to have this in sort of a structured sort of long meeting, and I want everybody represented at it. So we will, I'll work with administration to have that timed up. Angelina, do you have a motion for us?
Thank you, Chair. I have a resolution that's in here that
Perfect.
creates the ad hoc committee. And so what I just wondered is traditionally, as it's considered at the COW, it would then move forward the next meeting for the regular meeting. But in light of, wanting to review this policy, I wasn't sure how you wanted to handle that. But there is a resolution here that creates an ad hoc committee under the board bylaws. And it would also include members of county departments such as corporation counsel, administration, finance, and purchasing, given they're involved in that as well.
Okay, let's move that then. Is that okay if we move that at the 7 o'clock meeting under new business, and then we can just do that? And then that would still allow the opportunity. I know there are a lot of people in the community that would like to speak during this as members' time, and I'd like to get their input as well. So cool. Next up is the name change. I don't know, Kevin, that's Kevin, Terrell, if you and I want to tag team this one, it's, I guess I'll give you want to start it off and I can finish. I know we've got the prices back and they weren't as substantial as we originally had thought. So Commissioner Morales, thank you.
I have a question. Thank you, Chair. So the prices is for the name change, but did we actually purchase the signage? Like we have receipts to say the original signage for the building had been purchased?
That I would have to refer to Terrell. I do not know the answer to that.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner, all of the items have been purchased, just not installed.
Vice Chair Ray?
What is the cost?
The cost, I believe, in our packet was $13,000. Was it $13,000?
It's slightly over. That was just for the external signage. I'm actually looking for the information right now for the total cost, but it was not much more, roughly around 19 to 20,000, but I'll get a solid number for you in a second.
Because I had a question, and I don't know if you can get an answer to it, so I hate asking loaded questions. But when we got information 2 weeks ago, we were told that the cost was going to be extremely substantial. No, there wasn't a number even given. It was just substantial. And I was under the impression that it was going to be in the hundreds, if not $1 million price tag range, of which I would not have supported that change. But I guess the question is, you know, it was the original question asked, what is going to be the cost of changing the name? And it was just left at substantial? Or was there, you know, work from our building owner's rep to get us those actual numbers? So those are the questions I'm kind of trying to find out. But I'd like to hear what other commissioners think about this. Commissioner Strebs.
Thank you, Chair. I think it would be helpful to know if we kind of had an informed opinion provided to us previously. I'm also, I want to know that this seems, you know, within our means to make this adjustment. I would also like some information about the timeline on the replacement signage and if that fits in with now our projected current timeline in December for the building. So we want to make sure that it's, you know, appropriately marked so that community members can find their way to interaction with the justice system. So we have a timeline.
Clarifying question. I completely agree with you. Are you talking about the timeline for the grand opening in the spring or when it's going to be open to the public in December?
When it's open to the public so that they can find their, you know, find it. It's a brand new building. It needs the sign outside. It needs the signage inside to find their way to the varying courtroom. So I'd like a sense on if we purchase these new signage, then how long will it take?
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. And I also have a question what is the process when a new building is up and running, where it comes in with geo maps? And if I Google it with this name change, is it going to be in Google? Is it going to be able to provide directions? Like, what is the turnaround time for our constituents to be able to even Google a new justice center? And is it already in there since it was supposed to be done in October? Like, is that already, do we have an address over there and all that good stuff?
Administrator Callan is online and has some answers for you.
Hi, thank you for the questions, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem Commissioners. So a couple of answers I wanted to provide. So the owner's rep, when we spoke on September 19th, provided us with information that he had originally thought that there were impacts to interior signage, hence why the thought was that this name change would cost the county a significant amount of money because we had already purchased all of the signage. I had asked the board if we could go back and obtain more concrete numbers, and we did that. Owner's rep spoke with Tower Pinkster. We found out that minimal impacts to interior signage were realized, and so the exterior signage is $13,400. The interior signage is around $6,500, bringing us to a total cost of $19,900. And so that information is in the packet. If we were to install that signage now on the exterior sign, it would penetrate the substrate. There's like a I'd say a stainless steel substrate on the back. And so they don't want to put those letters on there if the board is intending to change the signage. And so we wanted to gauge the board's obviously desire to do that. So that way we could order the new letters and then have that placed appropriately. As to the question on the there was just a question asked that I had the opening of the Justice Center to the public. So the Justice Center will open to staff and they're moving it over, all of their belongings over on the 4th of December. They're planning to have the building open to the public on December 11th. So that's a Monday. That'd be open to the public. And then they're obviously in that same time frame, they'll be decommissioning the Michigan Avenue Courthouse as well. So hopefully open to the public December 11th is the schedule that we have as of now. Happy to take any further questions.
Thank you, Kevin. Oh, yeah, there was a question on the geo mapping. I don't know if Kevin would be able to answer that. Probably be an IT question.
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry, Chair. That was a great question. So we've already been working with Director Grover's office and planning to work with Google Maps to have that that parcel consolidated. So I believe there were 3 addresses on that parcel. So they've been working with Google Maps to do that. We don't have a timeline on that. We're kind of at the mercy of Google, but that work has started about almost 2 months ago. The address will be 303 North Eleanor Street. We've already gone through the process with the city and the city assessor's office specifically to have that address. So if you've noticed on the south side of the building, there's already signage that designates the property as 330 North Eleanor.
Thank you. Any Commissioner, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Thank you, Chair. I take it that the first sign cost us about the same amount that this current one is. So we're actually talking that there's going to be an expenditure of more than $25,000 or $30,000, probably in that ballpark. I guess my concern is I understand, but coming to this, we have not named any county buildings after any of the individuals, even though we have a number of them that would be, appropriate to name buildings for. But I kind of think in terms of, wouldn't we be smarter to put a plaquage or something in each of the buildings commemorating those individuals who have contributed to our community versus trying to name buildings after them, as we are trying to shrink the number of buildings that we currently have and operate to make us more efficient versus trying to rename a building and then more or less open the floodgates up for, tons of requests for renaming buildings at a $13,000 cost or more. So I guess my feeling is kind of, let's think this through carefully, and maybe we could do better by our people by putting plaques that commemorate, because I think we got the Gull Road facility, had I think one of the first women. We had a sheriff, our first sheriff in Kalamazoo County, that was killed trying to stop an escape. We didn't name the sheriff's department after them. So I'm just throwing those things out here as thought.
Thank you. I just wanted to know on that, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, I did draft a resolution that would create a policy for dedication, memorialization, and or artistic tribute of county buildings for the board's consideration. So there is a resolution that would create that policy. It does have criteria in there discussing 10 years of significant community service, involvement, contributions, and the like. And then it goes through some of those elements and factors, like it has enhanced the quality of life or well-being of Kalamazoo County residents, contributed to the preservation of Kalamazoo County history or culture, and other meritorious contributions. It walks through some of these things if we're going to do memorial or tribute or artistic tribute. And then in concert with that, I also drafted a resolution where we could authorize a tribute, memorialization, or dedication of that to happen within that building on behalf of Judge Pratt. So those are in there as well, kind of in the same vein as Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler's dedication or recognition option.
Thank you. We got Commissioner Morales and Commissioner Strap.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. I think for me, the Bar Association made this recommendation. So his colleagues, it wasn't like we came and said, hey, we want Judge Pratt to have this building. This was a recommendation. And as far as the sheriff's office, when they rehabilitated Lamont Street, he didn't ask if he wanted someone. You asked him, and it was no. Oh, well, it wasn't us, because now it is us. So I take that back. He did ask, but you know, it's a new building. They're asking for it and you got a new set of commissioners. And I think this would be a huge privilege and honor to have Judge Pratt on that building. And we have wasted several hundreds of thousands, 500 plus, including the salary that we just found out that the building is not going to be done in October, but December. And that person is still going to be paid for a $90 million plus building that was budgeted. So when we talk about if we're saving money and where we're wasting money, I mean, we can make that argument all day. I think it's an honor for this judge to be named in Kalamazoo. And now that this is on the table and we have a resolution in place by, you know, our lovely corporate counsel, then some folks' names could be put up on buildings that other folks want to recommend them to. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Shrebs.
Thank you. I agree as usual, with my esteemed colleague, Commissioner Morales. I have a question for Corporation Counsel on the resolution language you put forward. So there, is it, I want to clarify the resolution in one, is it contributions that must include all of the following, or is it any of the following? Because I want to bring our attention to item D, which is contributed to the acquisition, development, conveyance of land, buildings, structures, or other amenities to Kalamazoo County or the community. I want to clarify my understanding of that particular provision. And to me, you know, that you know, acquisition of land and actual buildings. Here we're talking about real property. And that, to my knowledge, would not apply to Judge Pratt. So can you clarify if the intent here?
Absolutely. Commissioner Strebs, perfect point there. Actually, Administrator Catlin and I did talk about that when he first reviewed the resolution, that should be changed to one or more of the following so that you don't have to meet all of them. So that's a good catch.
And I assume item D is a very wealthy person that donates the building. Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Gissler, then Commissioner Mays.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I missed it, but what is our status right now with our contingency funding for this building? Are we getting close or no?
We got about three, a little over 2.5 to 3. Carol, you'll know better than I will.
Yeah, closer to two and a half.
I'm sorry.
Closer to 2.5.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yeah, well, I think it's a really nice idea, but I'm uncomfortable with the money too, the spending extra.
Okay, well, we've got, I think how we're going to do this as we've got 3 different options that our corporate counsel has laid before us. We've got, this thing keeps on, I'm gonna break this computer one of these days. We've got 3 different options. We've got a naming request to name the building. Now that costs us is going to cost just and then the hardware about $19,000. We've spent $19,000. So as Commissioner Hepler would say, it's a 19 extra, but it was 38 total spent. The naming request, the dedication, memorialization, or artistic tribute, that didn't have a dollar amount associated with it, correct? Corporate counsel?
So Chair, one of the things in the policy is that if there's going to be a financial contribution or a financial amount appropriated to do that artistic tribute or memorialization or dedication, that it must be done by separate resolution so that you could separate the two. So you could have somewhere you just memorialize it and have a ceremony versus expenditures. So you'd have to have a separate resolution if you want to dedicate a certain amount of money.
Okay, sounds good. As chair, I would probably like it to come with the exact motion, because what we're deciding on right now is basically what the cost benefit analysis is for for new signage and how we're going to honor this man. Are we going to honor him through a memorialization or artistic tribute, or are we going to go with the naming request? And that's what I'm hearing from two different people, from two different groups, the artistic tribute or the naming request. But am I wrong on that as far as? Yeah, okay. That, I think what we should probably do is do a vote of commissioners, Commissioner Stubbs.
Thank you, Chair. I tend to agree with the name change, but I wondered if Administrator Catlin found any information for us around what a general cost of I mean, I know we didn't talk any details of a tribute, but if we're thinking about a statue, in the front of the building or some other memorialization, do we have any sense of what the general cost of that would be? I would assume we'd be looking at similar cost in either regard.
Hi, Commissioner Stubbs. Yes, I would agree that an artistic tribute may run fairly costly as well. I think the difference is that it wouldn't have any impact to how the county names buildings after people. I suppose what will really happen is that the county would then alternatively consider artistic tributes. If you also went the other route of adding a dedication plaque on the interior of the building on the dedication wall, that would be substantially lower cost. I would estimate it would definitely be under $5,000. We already have some sketches out there for design of the dedication wall inside the building. But I think you're right, especially with regard to the artistic tribute on the exterior of the building, it could run pretty high.
Any commissioner? I'm looking at it as if we do rename the building, which quite frankly, I'm leaning towards doing that right now. We have to be prepared, as Commissioner Morales said, there's going to be a lot of other people in line. I'm okay with it if you are, but the sheriff has come and requested several times for once when I was on the board, at least twice, I think, never made it to the board level, but to rename after a sheriff that was killed in the line of duty. So and our answer to them a number of years ago was, we don't name buildings after people. We are a new board, as Commissioner Morales said, and we're new people and we're a new group. So I know this is not going to be a unanimous decision, but if it's $19,000, I guess my real thing that really gets me is we were originally told it was substantial in cost. And I think our administration was given bad information. I know it's not their fault, but it just strikes me as we're trying to make the best decisions we can with the information we're given. And it is what it is. Commissioner Morales.
So can we put a motion on the floor? Is this the appropriate time? Yes, I'll yield to Commissioner Gisler. Yes.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes, thank you. Has anybody thought about asking the Bar Association for some matching funds? They're real eager to spend citizen money.
I would probably vote for also a request that they pay for the $19,000. We could send them an invoice. I would have no problem with that. Really what we're looking at here is a group in our community that, the Bar Association has been heavily involved with the court systems for, the law enforcement here in this community for a long time. They made a request on the new justice courthouse. I originally thought, well, gosh, that's just going to be too expensive. I really did.
Yeah, I did too.
That was kind of where I was at. When the numbers came back to where they were, it was a reasonable cost. So I can't, change my reasons. Those were my original reasons. And that was the reason that I was going to say no, because it was a substantial cost. I think this is a reason to honor somebody. And so I would be prepared to vote yes on this.
Yeah, can you humor me for one more question?
You sure may.
I see our prosecutor is sitting in the audience. I'd like to know what he thinks about it.
I'm not going to set up that prosecutor unless he wants to jump into the fire.
I appreciate you, Chair Taylor, recognizing that this is a difficult position to be put in. Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. In defense of the information that was given you a couple of weeks ago, that there was going to be a substantial cost. I think that the cost came down significantly because the process where it was going to create a huge cost was if those letters had already been drilled. They hadn't. So the building is not in the same status as it was initially when they were thinking that. With regard to naming the building after Judge Pratt accomplished something that no one had ever before. He was the first Black judge in Kalamazoo County. He was the first Black district court judge. We've also had minorities now who have been elected as family court judges or circuit court judges, probate court judges, who are also the first in their courts. This isn't a district court building. This is a district court building, a circuit court building, a prosecutor's office, and choosing one out of the occupants to name a building after when it's multiple things, again, I think is an issue that should be of concern or consideration, not of concern, of consideration for you. Judge Pratt is obviously worthy of recognition for what he accomplished, but probably so was the first woman who was elected as a judge. Probably so was the first woman minority who was elected as a judge. And there's, I think, the concern that Commissioner or Chair Taylor has mentioned before, we don't name buildings after people, is because it is. You can pick one out of many deserving people. Judge Charles Pratt is obviously a deserving person in that regard, but so are many others. He's the only one that someone has put forth to say, I think the building should be named after him, but I would tell you that I'm certain that there are many others that are also deserving of recognition. I think that this is a very difficult conversation for you all to have because Judge Pratt is someone who is worthy of recognition, but does that mean we should name a building after him? I don't know. That's a different question than, is he someone who accomplished something that no one else had before? That's my thoughts, Judge, or Commissioner Gisler, excuse me.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, prosecutor. A minute, I'll turn it off. Okay, Commissioner Morales, did you have the next one?
So I'd like to put forth a motion to name the Justice Center and put the signage up after Judge Charles Pratt. Do I have to put the cost in there?
There's a agenda
It's a-
request form, right?
The Judge Charles A. Pratt
Pratt.
Justice Center is the official name. And I'll support the motion.
So there's a consideration that Angelina wrote for one of these options, correct?
So the documents that I wrote would be first a resolution to adopt a policy for memorialization, dedication, and artistic tribute. So that would be totally separate. And then it follows with a resolution to make an artistic tribute, dedication, or memorialization. So this is completely separate and different than the motion Commissioner Morales is bringing forward. So she's moving to name it as requested, is my understanding, per the Bar Association's request, just kind of following that request. So my documents wouldn't apply here.
Okay, Commissioner Stubbs?
Sorry, I think I am in alignment with council. I was just going to articulate, there isn't policy that currently bars us at this time from a naming. And I do agree, establishing an ongoing policy is prudent with the revisions that we discussed earlier, being that at least one of the conditions would be a criteria for discussion. Thank you.
So I guess I won't Do you want to redo the motion, Commissioner Morales? All right, so we'd have to redo according to, and correct me if I'm wrong, we'd have to redo the policy to, for. Oh. Gotcha. Okay. So as the chair recognizes the motion to kind of help out our clerk here, the chair recognizes the motion as a motion to rename the building to Justice
Judge Charles A. Pratt Justice Center.
Judge Charles A. Pratt Justice Center. Thank you. Okay, that is the motion on the floor. Now we are in discussion on the motion. Typically, we don't do motions at the committee of the whole. It is allowed. It's a public meeting. But on this one, actually, is it okay if we wait till the 7 o'clock, or would you rather do it now? There's a motion and support. We are now in discussion. We could, potentially table it to the 7 o'clock meeting, or we could do it right now.
What's the purpose of tabling it to 7?
7 o'clock, because we traditionally don't make motions at the cow, but Commissioner Strebs.
The only reason to do that, it would more formalize it. More people in the community may watch our 7 o'clock meeting. It also offers opportunity for additional public comment.
Commissioner Vice Chair Ray.
Yes, because I agree with process and we don't normally make motions at our 4 o'clock meetings. I will support us moving it to 7 o'clock if she is willing to rescind the motion or table, whatever.
Okay, we are now going to vote on the tabling of the motion, not the motion itself, just tabling it and not voting on it now, but voting on it at 7 o'clock. Corporate counsel, did I do that wrong?
So we don't want to table it because then it just sits there. We want to postpone to a time certain.
We are now voting to postpone to a time certain at 7 o'clock meeting. As I can do that by, yeah, I'd be in so much, I'd probably be in legal jail by now. So is there, we can do this by voice vote, correct? All those in support of tabling this until our 7 o'clock. Postponed to a date certain at 7 o'clock at our next meeting, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. All right, we'll talk about this at the 7 o'clock. Thank you. I need that motion thing back with the stuffed animal. All right, Terrell, sorry we took the thing, but I wanted to get a lot of that stuff done. I know that the budget, we're probably not going to finish all of it, and we do have a closed session tonight. So I'm thinking we do about 30 minutes, 25, 30 minutes of budget, see how far we can get. Focus mostly on the expenditures if we can today, so that we can get through this. I do not plan on voting on an actual formalized budget tonight. I do know that Kevin wanted to say a couple of remarks too about the additional resources that we came up with at our last meeting. So I'd like to afford him that opportunity as well.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. So I did just want to take and I'll be very brief, and then to allow you all to take or answer or ask questions rather. Wanted to share the PowerPoint just so I could show you what changed, and then we can kind of go from there. One moment while I bring this up. So as you know, the board met on the 19th and discussed increasing the property tax projection from 4% to 4.5%. So we did that. That resulted in a net increase of $239,100. On the next slide, it shows the investment income was also increased from 2 million to 2.2 million. So that's a net increase of $439,100. What we did was amended a few items within the budget just because of some true ups that we did. So you'll notice on the law enforcement fund itself, separate from the general fund, we reduced community corrections general, it says general fund appropriation, it really should say law enforcement fund appropriation. Nonetheless, we reduced that by around $53,500. And what we did with that was task that to the law enforcement contingency fund within the law enforcement fund in the event something comes up. We're already aware of some issues that may come up with regard to inmate medical expenses, just other things in the law enforcement fund that might come up next year. So there's some contingency funds set aside for that. Community corrections didn't need the entire $313,000 that they requested. On the next slide, what we did with the $439,100, we're aware of just some competitiveness issues and really some recruitment retention issues around the county with regards to the Siegel study. So we thought it would be a very good idea to plug that in to address some of those complications. And so that's administration working with HR. The department has the elected officials, court administrators to evaluate some of these positions that sort of are lagging behind in the market, and that funding would be put towards that. So those are your nurses, your attorneys, your just various other positions within the county that we're aware of, and then even those that we may not be aware of. So we're going to collaborate with these department heads, court administrators, and elected officials on that. So that's what we did there. As you know, we then balanced all of the ARPA funding that we had, and so we discussed at the September 19th committee of the whole the pilot program. So that's all balanced and ready to be endeavored upon. And so I will stop sharing my screen there. I also wanted to go over real quick the budget book in terms of the ease of use. So I wanted to just show my screen really briefly to show you where the highlights are within the 2024 budget. And so I will do that in just a moment. So to bring up the web page. Share. So on this web page, the bar at the top is really your best friend. So really what you are wanting to pay attention to is the new initiatives tab. That's where within the PowerPoint, we plugged everything in. These tables should look very familiar. They align with the tables that are within the PowerPoint. And so as you scroll, you can see that all of those items that are recommended as part of the administrator's recommendation are there. I also wanted to show you, I was click on our department in the administrator's office, sort of how we set this up. So you can see just an overview of the department, expenditure summary. And then if you want to have a spreadsheet breakdown, it's kind of hard to see this, but then you can click that. That's clickable, and it'll give you a spreadsheet on the expenditure, so you can see how it increased from 2023 to 2024, the organizational charts, and then our department and DEI priorities. You will notice that beyond, and I'll stop sharing my screen now, beyond the transformative initiatives and the administrator's recommendation, what we did was plugged into the administrator's budget the $439,100 for those Siegel market evaluations, because our budget in previous years, we never had a line item like that. So finance recommended that we create a line item, stick it there. That way we are charged with collaborating with HR, finance, and other department heads, elected officials, court administrators on moving those evaluations forward. And the building optimization fund too is also within our budget, so that we can work with buildings and grounds and those affected departments on space optimization as we continue into 2024. Terrell, myself, I know Lindy's on. We're happy to take any questions on expenditures, revenues. I know that Terrell also is prepared to discuss the capital improvement plan if we'd like to tackle that as well.
Thank you, Kevin. Questions from commissioners? Vice Chair Ray.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. You talk really fast, but I tried to write faster. Do we have those updated slides that you just presented?
Yes, they're in the packet.
Okay, so then I feel like I heard you say it was kind of difficult to hear you in addition to you talking fast, but you took $53,700 from community corrections and put it in law enforcement contingency. So
that's, yep.
Okay, so I feel like the Office of Community Corrections is always coming up short and needing additional funding. Is there a reason why we took it from there and not somewhere else?
So we've worked with the lead accountant in the finance department as well as community corrections and determined that their actual request for new funding of 313,000 wasn't needed. So it was reduced because of that. They just didn't need the funding. They've already done a true up of their budget for 2024 and have determined that they should have enough money to proceed within the year. We could give them that funding. However, again, finance didn't recommend it. And we had a conversation with Community Corrections Director Ken Bobo this morning about it. And we all feel like that they can move forward. If something does happen in 2024 where they do need more funding, again, that contingency fund within the law enforcement fund is there to support anything that may arise.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up question. I want to say this year we funded a pilot program to assist with like monitoring devices and things like that. Will we get an update before we approve the budget? Could we potentially take that funding to continue to fund the program if it's working, or are we just kind of moving forward without any updates on where we are with that pilot program?
Absolutely. So I know Ken Bobo was putting together a presentation on that, and I can ask that we receive that before the next meeting, and we can send that out, I'm sure, before the next meeting. He'll have that prepared for us.
Thank you. And then just one final question. You said 439,000 is put into the administration budget for the Stiegel study evaluations. So is this for additional evaluations as far as like positions that weren't currently evaluated, or is this to kind of move people up who didn't go up 100% based on?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Vice Chair. So this is really for all of those situations. So it could be for those that we're just having, competition issues, but also for those that may have been missed in the original evaluation. There were some issues with that we found out later on. So really it's taking a comprehensive look at all of the positions in the county to ensure that those that are really in high demand right now, like your nurses, your medical staff, to the attorneys, to our our admin and clerical staff in various offices. We're taking a comprehensive look, and what we'll do is run those through the Siegel evaluator, work with those departments to understand their job duties, et cetera, and ensure that they're being paid appropriately or compensated appropriately, rather.
Thank you, Kevin. And just to confirm, that will include the positions that were not evaluated in the clerk's office as well?
That is correct. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from Kevin's presentation? Okay, well, I'll take it by, I'm kind of what I envisioned doing this. Let's do the CIP first. And we'll go through our CIP requests. I think those are in the back of our budget book, as I recall. And then if we can get CIP, approved and done, towards our next meeting, even if we don't have our full budget, a lot of these departments can start planning for these capital expenses before costs go up too much. But I believe on our budget book, CIP was page 337. 337. Sure, please.
We're still maintaining, from what I can tell, a couple of improvements or additions to the prosecutor's office and the sheriff's office, correct?
They are in this current book.
They're in the current budget, the way that it looked like it was a reduction, not an increase.
I believe it's an increase of 3 positions and the prosecutor's office, and there's a few positions in the sheriff's office as well, correct?
I think
That is correct.
okay. I just want to make sure. I was reading through it and
Sometimes a small portion of their budget will come from like one fund and it won't be drawn down from that fund. Yeah. I couldn't agree with you more, Vice Chair Pro Tem. We've got, this is the, we met as a capital improvement group One of our first actions was electing Carol as our chair. So, but we went through requests. These did not constitute a total of all the requests, I'm sorry, but they were a vast majority of them. I would say somewhere in the neighborhood of 85%, roughly 90% of most requests were done this way. Now, we don't have a designated funding source for capital improvement projects. We kind of just, every single year, we take it as we go, and we looked at that as a long-term strategy. And Terrell, rightly so, said, well, this is something that we've got to look after over a multi-year budgeted process. In the meantime, we have large amounts of unrestricted unallocated reserves that are high. Until we designate a long-term dedicated revenue source for capital improvement, we can utilize unrestricted unallocated reserves for these year's requests. Probably go a little heavy on the requests and hopeful that they would be lighter next year, but they never are. But there'll always be more next year and the more year after that. But these are the requests that this committee consists of: Vice Chair Ray, myself, certain department heads, and administration. These are what we came up with. The total amount is $3,196,000. As I stated earlier, it's going to come from unrestricted unallocated reserves. Do commissioners have a issue with any of these things? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Commissioner Strebs.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the committee's work on the review of the capital projects. It does look like the vast majority of them were approved, and I understand we have those, unallocated, undedicated reserves sitting, but some of these projects we approved all the way down to priority 20 for some of our departments. And in the materials that we were provided, there's also a scoring matrix that the committee used. And we have some items that both were low priority and low scoring according to the matrices that we were provided. And as I'm trying to navigate that a little bit, one that is not a low priority or low scoring that I had questioned previously to Administrator Catlin about was for a digital sign on the outside of the HCS building. And I just had some concerns about the aesthetics of that. That's a beautiful historic building. There is, residential neighborhood nearby, maybe some planned additional residential development. And I'm wondering if a large digital sign on the side of the building is really what we want to do. I think Administrator Catlin, you were going to have some discussions with HCS about what options there were for that signage. I don't want to spoil the building, so I just had some questions about that one to start.
Yes, Commissioner Streb. So I'll admit I have not had a chance to discuss with HCS or Lindy yet on that, but I wouldn't imagine that. We also have to get building and grounds involved, and so to understand sort of the integrity of that building and drilling into the surface of that building may compromise the structural integrity for all we know. So we'd have to do some more research on that. I believe that, when these CIP requests are put together, they're more of a, I don't want to call it a wish list, but they're trying to, propose ideas that will offer, better advertisements or promotion of things that the health department is doing. And so whether that sign is on the building or out, kind of by the road, I don't think will really make a difference to the health department, but we still need to engage building and grounds and understand where we could actually place it that would make the most sense. However, I am under the impression, obviously, that you especially, but the board may not feel that placing the sign on the actual building is the most appropriate. So we would certainly heed to the advice and the desires of the board and place it where the board believes that it should be placed.
Are there others? Vice Chair Ray.
Thank you. I just have a couple quick questions. Can you tell us how much the original CIP amount to allocate was?
Thanks for the question, Vice Chair. So there was no original amount. So last year, I know that you recall, we had designated $1 million. This year, we looked at just all the requests that came in, from what I understand, and Terrell may be able to elaborate more on the process. I know it went through a scoring process. And so this year we decided to utilize unrestricted, unallocated fund balance to fund the totality of the requests in, for the most part. But this year there wasn't an actual designation on or designated, funds set aside to work around, so to speak.
The request started off at $3,522,933. So basically $3.5 million were the totality of all the requests at the beginning of the process. Initially, the committee reduced that to 2.7, largely because of shifting the fiber project off to use ARPA. That did not happen, so we put it back in. So that was an expense. The second component was at the board's request, taking Corporation Counsel's software. It was split between CIP and for one source to actually start with this first year in CIP. So that's represented. So that creates the new number that we have now.
So, excuse me, thank you. I felt like there was a discussion in that meeting where we talked about when it came up towards the end to use the unrestricted, unallocated funding. And it was like, there was an amount like 1.4 from there or something like that. I can't remember exactly what those numbers were.
The original, what we were originally talking about in our CIP, and this is very early in the budget process, was the additional revenue from, tax growth from the base that we are now utilizing those 21 positions. The original assumption was we will eat into that amount with our CIP requests and use that as new revenue. When it became apparent that, we have a large unrestricted unfunded balance, and we probably need to take, as Terrell said at the meeting, a multi-year approach to the CIP. It was kind of looked at, this isn't a full-scale solution. If you use unrestricted, unallocated reserves for your CIP every single year, you can't do that. But what you can do is you can use it one time to allow you to build that into the budget practice and the budget sessions or the budget practices.
Okay.
So really, I guess to answer your question, you could say anywhere from 0 to $2.8 million, depending on what we wanted to use for our growth to pay for CIP.
Okay, so I just want to note real quick, and then I'll stop talking, that I agree with the comments of Commissioner Strebs. Some of these are down to priority 20. I do not think we should be funding them. And we'll also note that I was the one no vote that did not support these recommendations because of that purpose. There are so many other program services that we can be funding with some of this instead of, as she stated, supporting a color sign in a residential neighborhood on a historic building. Like, some of these things just don't make sense. And I don't think we should have got to a place where we're just like, we'll fund everything. And we really should have looked at the scores and took those into consideration instead of just everybody gets CIP. Thank you.
How about this as a plan? I'm going to try to propose in the interest of time. We get to the next meeting and commissioners give me a list on this administration recommended capital projects. Which projects you particularly have, you would like to see discussed separately. We'll consider anyone that isn't, like, for instance, buildings and grounds, 28 floor scrubber. Oh, 28 must be 28-inch floor scrubber, not 28 floor scrubbers. But something like that. If nobody brings that up, I'll consider that, consensus by the board to be put into the budget. If there's things in here that you would like to talk about separately, we'll talk about separately at the next budget. But commissioners, please email me and administration the lists of individual topics that we want to talk about. That way we don't waste time talking about every single thing, but we only talk about the things that we got a problem with, if that makes sense. Commissioner Strebs.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with that approach, and to just help guide the my board colleagues potentially, if you consider there's a document noted as the board recommendation document 2024 CIP, and that includes the matrix scoring as well as the priority assigned by the departments. And they're color coded for us. So there you can see something that was like a low priority and received a low score. So maybe take a look at that and see if you have concerns related to that. The maximum score, according to the matrix, was up to 12 points. So there are items that scored as low as 4, for example.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just so, yeah, send me an email to myself and Kevin with what you would like. We'll piecemeal this on the next one. We've got, in the interest of time, we do have, what's that?
A deadline to send email.
Before the next meeting. You've got 2 weeks. And then we'll talk about the CIP process of it. Now, I did have a lot of commissioners want to talk about elected official salaries on that. If you wanted to do that next, I will say this. I will be handing my gavel over to Vice Chair Ray during this discussion. I will be participating as a bump on the log, but due to the conflict of interest of my wife being the county clerk, register of deeds. But I will say, I will exercise my right to speak on other positions, but I will not be speaking on the clerk register of deeds. So salary and elected positions, and there you go.
Right, questions?
Chair, if I may, this is Kevin Catlin.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ray. So I neglected to mention in the budget book, so there's a page in there titled supplemental information. It's towards the very end. I believe it's the second to last page. That has a page in there where it has the proposed salary structure for all of the elected officials. The proposed salary structure is not an administrator's recommendation, but rather we have placed them in the next step to where, just like every other county employee as part of the compensation schedule. Obviously, the board is more than able as they desire to amend it. The only caveat is that you are not able to reduce an elected official salary, reduce it as their current salary stands, but you can certainly propose something higher than what's there, or remove a step so that they're or keep them at their current step rather, so that they remain current, but they would still be entitled to that 3% cost of living adjustment to the scale. So I wanted to point that out there, and I neglected to mention it when I was going over the budget book.
Thank you, Kevin. Commissioner Stripes.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So just thank you for directing us to that salary page. So I know we had some discussion about elected official salaries last time, and also in response to Siegel. We made some salary adjustments, and we did not make an adjustment to the treasurer's salary at that time. Here I see in our budget book, a salary for the treasurer listed as $124,230.30, which will be the equivalent salary of the clerk and register of deeds. So does this then put in play the salary increase that we did not vote to provide to the treasurer in the last increases, then bringing him even? And what is the current salary at this time for the treasurer?
Absolutely. Appreciate the question, Commissioner Strep. So again, I just want to reiterate, this is not an administrator's recommendation, but rather what we wanted to do was, first of all, be transparent and put that out there in the budget book, but also it's easier to for us in finance to subtract from the balanced budget. So with the salary of the treasurer in question, that's the position that's in question right now, for example, that salary is in there at the higher level, so that if the board, when they adopt the budget, there will be a separate resolution as part of the budget that's adopted to set the elected official salaries. It's easier for us to take away from the budget and just place that excess or that surplus, so to speak, in contingency in our contingency fund than to try to make up the balance later and have to cut a recommended budget item. So it's in there at the D step and not the C step, which would be the next step from his current salary, just for ease of computing or calculating rather the salary pool. It's just a lot of work, and especially with last minute changes, it takes a while to then have to cut other programs. But again, this would be voted on as a separate resolution. It's just in the budget book more of as a placeholder so that we have a balanced budget that we're presenting. The current salary, I believe, is around 113,000. If you just sit tight for me for a moment, I can look that up and then I can let you know what the C step would be. But I just need just a couple of seconds here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. And I will, I did a little research in this. I can speak to the treasurer's aspect because I was misinformed as a few days ago. In October of last year, the previous board took the treasurer, the clerk, and everybody up from a B step to a C step. In November of last year, about a month later, there was implementation of the Siegel study that was brought back to the full board of commissioners on November 20th. That included rebanding for the sheriff and the prosecutor, but also giving that cost of living increase to the treasurer and the clerk and the others. But what the board did not approve in November of last year was the cost of living increase. The step had already been approved in October. So currently the treasurer is at a C step now. This budget proposed, as Kevin said, he put it at a D step because that realistically the maximum that you would do would be one step over, so that it'd be easier if you kept at the C to decline it instead of add it, if that makes sense as far as the history. And then in the last meeting in December, the steps were increased or eliminated for employees, but that could not go towards elected officials, because once you establish an elected official salary, you can't reduce it. I'm pretty confident of that. Yeah. I'm getting nodded by corporate counsel. So that's how we got to the point that we are.
So just to clarify the end result, I would not support the clerk, or my apologies. Wrong position. I would not support the treasurer receiving additional salary from us. So if we make a determination of the overall steps within the budget and then can take action to further limit any increase to the treasurer, I can support that. Improvements have been occurring in that office because of the deputy treasurer, but I'm still not comfortable otherwise. So I just want to articulate that clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wheeler.
I agree with Commissioner Stubbs. I'm not very comfortable with moving up him a step, especially if you look in the revenue by department. In his section, it's pretty disappointing. And so I know, again, we're making improvements, but I haven't seen Treasurer Whitener at a meeting in a while. He's been sending his deputy treasurer, and I'm fairly confident we asked him to be here. If he's on maternity leave, great, good for him. I'm glad they have their baby. Hope their baby's healthy. But in the future, it would be nice to see him here more often, because even before they had their child, he was few and far between, which was a little disappointing, because we're really trying to work with him and his office. So.
Any others? Commissioner Hepler or Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Just fine. Thank you, Vice Chair. I concur with my colleagues. We have seen some improvements thanks to some hiring things, but it's been a long road and there's a long ways to go. And I cannot support increase If he's at the C step, I think he needs to stay at the C step. So, thank you.
Minister, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'd just like to agree with my fellow commissioners.
Administrator Catlin, do you have an answer to the question as far as what he is currently making?
I appreciate the question, Vice Chair. Of course, of all days, it seems like, I'm still waiting on an answer in terms of the current salary. I do want to clarify, though, the treasurer was recommended to go to the C step per the Siegel study last year. However, the board held him back. So they held him at the B step. So I know that he's currently at the B step currently. And so the new scale would set him, if I guess that's what the board would need to determine, if you wanted to hold him at the B step for 2024, that would be a salary of $114,857.60. The C step in the new 2024 schedule is $119,454.40. And then we know what the D step is because that's in the budget. I'm getting some answers here. Just one moment. Okay, yeah, so our HR, yeah, so we're having HR search the current salary currently, so you just have to just give us a few more moments. I apologize.
Okay, while they're checking, can we confirm whether or not he's in the B step or the C step? Chair Taylor just gave us.
Yeah, I think
information.
Administrator Catlin, in October of last year, when the budget was passed, there was a motion and the board formally voted at him to go up to the C step. In November, when there was Siegel, it was, November of last year, there was a Siegel amendment that went in there that I think the Siegel amendment was basically a 2% cost of living increase that was given to others, I'm assuming, because it all looked like it was 2% increase. But in November, there was a recommendation to take him from the C step to a new C step with the amended K-band salary with the 2% increase. That's the one that was declined by this board, was the 2% new K-band schedule, not necessarily taking him from a B to a C. Now, I only have one piece of information with this, so I could be off, but I think we would probably need to confirm that information to make sure that he's at the C step. But according to my going through Civic Clerk, that's kind of what I found out.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'd like to make a request that as we're discussing, not just tonight, but if we get into discussions over B, C, and D steps, that we indicate B as in boy, D as in dog, that sort of thing. Those of us that have a little difficulty hearing, it all kind of sounds the same, and I want to make sure I'm on the same page as everybody else. Thank you.
Stop ordering your hearing aids through the mail. Joking. Any other questions? So I do have a question, Administrator Catlin, as far as the drain commissioner, the sheriff, and the prosecutor, can you confirm or verify what step they are all currently in?
Yes, I can certainly do that, and I've received some additional information on the treasurer, but I can start with the other elected. So the drain commissioner is at K-113, C as in Charles, and so that's a salary of $98,633.60. The clerk registered deeds is at K-114, or I'm sorry, it was a K-14C. We changed I guess it's K-114 now. Apologies. C as in Charles, so that's a salary of $113,048, so $113,048. And then the sheriff and the prosecutor are at the exact same K-band and step, so they're at a K-116. I'm sorry, they're at a K-117 F, which is $159,000. $307.20. F as in Frank. So, and then it appears, and I'm still waiting on some additional information for the treasurer, but it appears that it appears that so that it got a little confusing because we had recommended per Siegel that treasurer be placed at a certain step, but then the board rescinded the step. And it appears that what was passed in October or November of October 2022 rather was K114C. I just don't believe that's what I'm going to have HR confirm with me. I don't think that's what he's at, because that would be at the same step that the clerk is at. So, my recollection is that the board held the treasurer at the B as in boy step. So if you can just give me one moment. Okay, I just got confirmation from HR. I apologize. So it appears that the treasurer was red circled on the old K-band study. So it was the pre-Siegel study. So he's at K14B, and that's 113,000 per year, and that's per HR. K14B as in boy, 113,000.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Commissioner Morales and then Commissioner Sharps.
Thank you, Chair. So we're done with the treasurer. I can move to something different. Okay. Yeah, I'm still talking about like this. So when we talk about salaries, and I know the treasurer's, he's had a lot going on and we've had a lot to deal with. I just saw that, was it Washtenaw County gave all of their elected officials a base rate pay. So they like bumped everybody up. And from an equity standpoint, when I look at, and I know people come in at a band when they're elected and then they make their way up. But I'd like to put on the floor just for thought, if we would consider leaving everyone where they're at right now, because I feel like everybody got work to do. We've asked some things from a couple offices and we haven't gotten a response back. One, transparency. Two, some other initiatives that were promised that I personally haven't seen yet. And then maybe making a consideration for next year to bring everybody up to the same salary.
Thank you, Vice Chair. My question for administration, maybe this will also have to be a follow-up, so sorry for the questions on the fly, but what percentage increase does this represent from the wages currently being received for these elected officials to potential consideration to the move to the step D? So we're looking, close to like $10,000 increases each. So we're looking, not 8 or 9% increase. And is that in line then with the overall increase employees in the county received? We gave them step increases and cost of living increases. And if I'm ballparking that correctly, I think they received about 7% overall. So when we think about equity, I'd like to see that in alignment to our elected officials. If they're going to receive a larger percentage increase, they are high performing people in very important positions for our community. But that percent increase is of interest to me.
The step increase represents each step is 4%, and it is in alignment with staff and all employees. A step. So what happens is they apply the cost of living as the board approves, whether it's 2% or 3% against the band but the jump between steps is 4%. And it's in alignment with everyone else.
So I have a follow-up to that point. So one step is 4%. Can you like confirm like how many steps is the sheriff and the prosecutor this increase? Because I feel like I heard Kevin say they're currently at the K-116F and then the change is 117D. So it's like D is before F, but they're going to D from F. Like how many steps is that?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't follow you. From where they're currently placed?
Correct.
Okay. So let me see where they're currently placed.
And
Chair Taylor.
I can just real quick, it was November of last year when the previous board did the changes and they were implementing the Siegel study. That implemented it from a 116 to a 117 band. I'm still, they're confused on the treasurer a little bit, but going from the 116 to the 117 band, and I believe the sheriff over the old band system, it only went up to like F or G or something. But the sheriff was maxed out on his band because he'd been here so many years, longevity. But then what we did after the Siegel study, and I wasn't here, but Kevin might be able to do it, is they went from 116 to 117 for the prosecutor and the sheriff's positions. And per our policy, when you go up a band from 116 to 117, you find the letter that is just immediately higher. And so that's how they went from an F back down to a B or a C. Now, after years of service, they can go up higher, but yeah.
Hi, Chair. This is Kevin Catlin again. So, yeah, I apologize. These numbers, we start looking at these numbers too much and we start confusing them. You are absolutely correct, Vice Chair. I was reading a different line. The sheriff and the prosecutor are at K-117, C as in Charles. Their current salaries are, as it stands by that amended schedule, should be $162,932.76. So they would go up one step, which would represent that increase, plus the 3% cost of living adjustment. So the new scale, as Terrell described, what happens is that the board, kind of discusses what the cost of living adjustment. I really don't like to refer to it that way because, as we know, cost of living is way higher than 3%. But there was the scale was adjusted by 3%, and then the steps are calculated based on that. So then that's where that new D step for them would be. I believe it's 172,000. Yeah, 172,000. Or I apologize, $174,534.08. So, and I can get the percent increase on that from now to for 2023 to 2024. I just got to do a quick calculation on that.
Thank you, Administrator. Is that not 7% though, with the 4% increase for the one step and then 3% for cost of living? So it will be 7%, the same as the employees? Okay.
It should be. Yes, it is. It's 7%. And then for the treasurer's salary, it appears, so that would be a 9.9% increase because he would be moving up 2 steps. If approved, if that's what the board desired. Otherwise, it obviously that could be calculated differently. But from what he is currently making now to what is identified in the budget book, that's a 9.9% increase.
Any other discussion? I just have one final question. So the treasurer is to propose 9.9% increase. Could we change that percentage, or is it just we have to go with one or the other because of the scale?
Yeah, that's a great question. And maybe Terrell wants to comment too. I mean, we would recommend, so it's easier in our payroll system if they align with the new scale regardless. So either the board maintains the current step with the new scale, so he's at the B as in boy step, So that would still represent a 3% increase, right? Because the scale was adjusted by 3%. Or the board affords the C as in Charles step, or the board affords to sort of reinstate the step that he would have been at had he been afforded the step last year at the D as in David step. So there's a myriad of ways to do it, but we would prefer that it's still aligned with the new 2024 schedule, so that there's still, so he would still get an increase regardless of, at minimum 3%.
Okay, one follow-up. So if we moved them up one band or one step to the C step, that would be a 4% increase, correct? Tara?
Yes, so again, to reiterate, all scales would get the cost of living, right? The 3% and then the 4. So every step, so if we did 0 cost of living and we, approve steps, it would be 4%. So no
So
matter
that was
what.
my question.
Yes.
So we do the step and then no cost of living. That was where I was kind of going with that. Or is that not appropriate?
Yeah, no.
I mean, that's what we did last year, right?
Yeah, so I mean, part of the, if I can just, it's like a mini opine, it's like a little bit. So one of the main things that is a large consideration is maintaining the integrity of the salary system. So the optimal thing to do would be to really stay with the step issue, but allow the 3%. So you would hold someone, that would be administratively ideal.
So I hope that we will move to keep the treasurer at K 114, step B as in boy. He'll have that meager partial cost of living increase, but let's not move him up a step until things have changed in that office.
Any other discussion? Not, here you are.
Thank you.
Chair.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. I think we now have time for a quick closed session, talk about, does somebody have that motion in front of them? What time are we at? It's 36. Or do you guys just want to do the closed session at the 7 o'clock meeting? Is that okay with everybody? I don't think we have, is it short? Okay, who's got the motion? Commissioner Wheeler?
I move that the board go into closed session as permitted by the Open Meetings Act, MCL 15.268(1)(h), to consider material exempt from discussion or disclosure by state or federal statute, specifically the written legal opinion of Corporation Counsel Barnes dated September 28th, 2023.
Motion on the support. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Can I do voice vote to go into closed session? Clerk Cox, sorry.
Commissioner Gissler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, Commissioner Mazer. Yes. Commissioner Morales, Vice Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs.
Yes.
Chair Taylor. Yes. Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
8 yes.
Is there
I
a
move we
motion?
come out of closed session.
Support. Motion and support. All in favor signify by saying aye. We are now out of closed session.
I move to approve the minutes of closed session.
There's a motion to approve the minutes from closed session. Motion and support. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All right, we are now adjourned out of the committee of the whole, and we will be starting our 7 o'clock meeting in about 5 minutes. We've been going, just to let people and the folks in the audience know, we've been going pretty hard for the last few hours. So we're going to take like a 10-minute recess, but we have to wait until exactly 7 o'clock to open up the meeting. And then we're going to take a 10-15-minute recess, just so everybody's on the same page. Adjourned from the committee of the whole. I do need at least 5 of us to stay here so I can open the meeting up, though. Please. So now I do on both. All right, I'm going to call the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners regular meeting to October 3rd, 2003 to order. Clerk Cox, will you please call roll first?
Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler is here somewhere. Commissioner Mazer here. Commissioner Morales. Vice Chair Ray is here somewhere. Commissioner Strebs.
Here.
Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler. Here. 8 present.
All right, and without objection, we will do a 15-minute recess. Who are we missing? Taylor and. All right, I'm going to call the October 3rd, 2023 annual board meeting back to order. First on our, after our break, first as our invocation reflection given by Commissioner Gissler. All right, we already have taken roll, and I forgot to mention Commissioner DeLu did contact me. He is on a planned vacation that was planned even before he was a commissioner. He is out of the country, so he is excused. Next is proclamations. Commissioner Strauss, will you take us through proclamations, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to bring my agenda number item. So the first is a request for approval of a resolution supporting the expansion of access to driver's license in the state of Michigan. And I'd like to invite a couple of our friends from the community, Demaris Vale and Lisbeth Fuentes, if you please come to the podium. They will be reading this proclamation into the record for us. Lisbeth and Demaris are organizers with We the People Michigan. They've been advocating for the expansion of driver's licenses since 2018.
Hello, thank you for having us. This proclamation is in support of HB 4410 and SB 0267, known as the Drive Safe Bill, allowing a driver's license for qualified undocumented Michigan residents. Whereas until 2008, Michigan extended a universal privilege to a driver's license to all Michigan residents who were capable and qualified to pass a knowledge and practical driving test in the state. Whereas with the enactment of Public Act 7 of 2008 to comply with the Federal Real ID Act, driver's license applicants in Michigan are required to provide proof of legal presence in the United States, resulting in many members of the immigrant community being unable to obtain a driver's license. Whereas that we, as a society, welcomed immigrant labor to grow our flowers, harvest and serve our foods, build and maintain our houses, care for our loved ones, landscape our properties, and serve in a myriad of other ways. However, as a society, we do not invite them to participate in equally in our community. Instead, we as a society hypothetically and unjustly maintain them as an underclass, separating their families and denying them basic human rights. Without a driver's license, they are unable to participate fully and equally in our communities. Whereas immigrants without a driver's license experience a diminished quality of life, affecting their ability to take care of themselves and their families and fully participate in the community they call home. Whereas the community of Kalamazoo strives to be a hospitable and welcoming community to immigrants from around the world who come seeking opportunity, stability, prosperity, education, and better life for their families. Whereas undocumented immigrants have the same hopes, fears, and dreams as every other member of our community. And as we acknowledge their humanity and support them in their struggles for permanent protection, dignity, and respect. Whereas DACA recipients, undocumented immigrants, legal immigrants who have not received their verification documents because of bureaucratic delays, rural and elderly people who don't have their birth certificates, residents born abroad, and foreign adoptees who would be benefit directly from the expansion from access to driver's license. Whereas Michigan League for Public Policy study in 2021 found that expansion of access to driver's license would generate 13.5 million from licenses, fees, and vehicle sales in addition to tax revenues in the first 3 years. And an additional 100 million in tax revenue would be generated from sales and gas taxes over the first 10 years. And whereas since 2008, undocumented immigrants resided in 19 states, including California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Rhode Island, Washington, and Washington, D.C. are legally allowed to obtain a driver's license because the Federal Department of Homeland Security does not preclude the issuance of driver's license and identification cards which do not comply with the Real ID Act. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners calls on the Michigan State Legislature and Governor Whitmer to join with other states to enact legislation known as Drive Safe in HB 4410 and SB 0267 during the 2023 legislative session, granting the ability to acquire a driver's license to otherwise qualified residents who are unable to provide proof of legal presence in the United States. Proclaimed that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners calls on Speaker Joseph Tate and State Majority Leader Whitney Brinks to pass the Drive Safe bill before December 2023, so that Michiganders across the state can access benefits of state ID and driver's license, regardless of their immigration status. Proclaim that a true and acquired Spanish translation of this proclamation shall be made part of the public record of the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Do I have a commissioner to move that resolution?
I will move the proclamation.
Okay, it is moved by Commissioner Shred, supported by Commissioner Morales. Now we are in discussion. See none, Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner Gisler,
No.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
No.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
6 yes, 2 no.
Commissioner,
If I may just take a moment with the advocates who came, just for a picture
Sure.
very quick. Thank you so much.
okay, no problem. You okay to read the next proclamation with the opioid task force one, or do you want me to? You got it?
Yes, Chair.
Thank
Thank you so much. All right. Next resolution, resolution is for establishing the Kalamazoo County Opioid Settlement Fund Task Force. Whereas from 1999 to 2020, more than 500,000 people died in the United States from an overdose involving an opioid, which included both prescription and illicit opioids. Whereas in 2022, Kalamazoo County tragically experienced 65 fatal overdoses involving opioids, which affected people from 21 to 88 years of age, who are our children, parents, siblings, partners, neighbors, colleagues, and friends. Whereas Kalamazoo County joined in national lawsuits against opioid manufacturers, distributors, and pharmacies, and will be the recipient of monetary settlements stemming from those lawsuits. Whereas collaboration across sectors is essential for success in preventing opioid overdose deaths, as medical personnel, emergency departments, first responders, public safety officials, mental health and substance use treatment providers, harm reduction providers, community-based and faith-based organizations, public health, and members of the community all bring awareness, resources, and expertise to address this complex and fast-moving epidemic. Whereas the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners is authorized by its bylaws and rules of procedure, Article 5, Bodies, Section 5.9, to establish from time to time such special ad hoc committees as are necessary, which shall only be advisory in nature. Whereas special ad hoc committees established under Article 5, Section 5.9 of the county board's bylaws and rules of procedure shall A, have their purpose determined at the time the special ad hoc committee is established, B, at least 2 commissioners as members of the special ad hoc committee, and C, automatically dissolve when its specific task is completed. And whereas special ad hoc committees established under Article 5, Section 5.9 of the county board bylaws and rules of procedure may report recommendations to the county board for appropriate action. Now therefore, be it resolved, Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners hereby creates a special ad hoc committee under Section 5 or Article 5, Section 5.9 of the county board's bylaws and rules of procedure to be known thereafter as the Kalamazoo County Opioid Settlement Fund Task Force. Resolved, the Kalamazoo County Opioid Settlement Fund Task Force shall be established as a temporary advisory body of the county board for the purposes of reporting recommendations to the county board for appropriate action related to the use and allocation of Kalamazoo County opioid settlement funds. Resolve, the Kalamazoo County Opioid Settlement Fund Task Force may consist of, but may not be limited to, 3 commissioners of the county board, 2 representatives from Health and Community Services Department, 1 representative from the Office of Community Corrections, 1 representative from the Sheriff's Office, 1 representative from County Drug Treatment Court, the DEI Director, 6 community members to include representation from 1 mental health provider, 1 prevention provider, 1 treatment provider, and 1 community organization, and 2 persons that identify being in active recovery or addiction, or a family member with a loved one in active recovery or addiction. Resolve, the county administrative staff shall work with the commissioners of the county board appointed to the Kalamazoo County Opioid Settlement Fund Task Force to invite individual representatives of the sectors identified herein to participate as members of this ad hoc committee. Resolve, the Kalamazoo County Opioid Settlement Fund Task Force be created and report back to the county board no later than January 16th, 2024, with their progress, and plan to develop and report recommendations to the county board for appropriate action related to the use and allocation Kalamazoo County opioid settlement funds. Resolve, the Kalamazoo County Opioid Task Force shall be charged with making a recommendation to the Kalamazoo County Board on the following questions. 1, what does the opioid community needs assessment tell us about the needs of our county? 2, where should the county board concentrate funding toward opioid remediation for the next 3 to 5 years? 3, what funding categories should be created based on the community needs assessment report? 4, What timeline should the county operate on for releasing funding to the community? i.e. should a grant portal be open? And is there alignment when other funding opportunities are released that should be considered in the timeline? 5, should the county consider 1-year or multi-year funding request proposals? 6, should the county assume the role of collaborator and when appropriate grant writer with community partners for state and federal funding? 7, in a community prevention and education is a community wide prevention and education campaign needed to promote destigmatization of opioid use and people seeking help for it. 8, is a countywide alert system and network collaborative needed to communicate with county residents when there's a cluster of overdoses or a deadly batch of fentanyl-laced drugs that occur in Kalamazoo County. 9, are there other additional locations or accessible points that need to be considered countywide for the distribution of Narcan or naloxone, vending machines, government buildings, pharmacies, neighborhood associations, etc.? 10, how should the co-occurring substance use disorders and mental health disorders be considered with this funding? Finally, 11, should settlement funds be used to provide trauma-informed, culturally competent mental health services to adults and children that have been impacted by the loss of a loved one due to opioids? I move for the approval of that proclamation.
There is a motion and supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any discussion? Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales, Vice Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
8 yes.
All right. Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, will you take us through the communications, please? Oh,
The YWCA, the week without.
oh, you're absolutely right. The Week Without Violence Award. Do you want to read that, Vice Chair Ray?
I can, or we have Daniel Hamilton, the Director of Public Policy at the YWCA. You
Okay.
can read into the record for us. Do you have a printed copy, Daniel?
I don't.
I have one if you want it.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. As Vice Chair Ray said, my name is Daniel. I use he, him pronouns, and I serve as the Director of Public Policy for YWCA Kalamazoo. I am reading the proclamation recognizing YWCA Week Without Violence. Whereas women and girls often face interlocking and compounding social barriers such as racism, sexism, and gender-based violence, which impacts their ability to access their full lives. And whereas violence against women impacts the lives of countless women and their families across the United States, with 1 in 4 women experiencing domestic violence and more than 3 women murdered each day by their current or former partner in communities across the country. And whereas every 68 seconds, another American is sexually assaulted, and out of 100, every 100, less than a third are reported to police, with only 50 led to an arrest and only 28 led to a felony conviction. And whereas financial abuse is experienced in up to 99% of domestic violence cases and occurs across all socioeconomic, educational, racial, and ethnic groups. And whereas violence exists in the community of Kalamazoo County, where 1,790 people in 2022 within the Kalamazoo County area were victims of reported domestic violence. And whereas 68% of those who were victims of domestic violence in Kalamazoo County were women. And whereas women of all racial, ethnic, and economic backgrounds experience domestic violence, and BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color, women, immigrant women, women with disabilities, and members of the LGBTQIA+ communities face higher risk of violence and greater barriers to legal remedies, to supportive services due to factors such as limited English proficiency and other language barriers, fear of deportation, limited access to higher education and job resources, higher risk of poverty, and limited resources for access to support and affordable childcare. And whereas 1 of every 4 homeless women is homeless because of violence committed against her, and over 92% of homeless mothers have experienced severe physical and/or sexual abuse during their lifetime. And whereas 209 women on a single day in 2022 were homeless in Kalamazoo County. And whereas the community of Kalamazoo County has declared racism a public health crisis and will work to end the epidemic of gender-based violence and support families. And therefore be it resolved that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the 3rd week of October as the annual observance of YWCA Week Without Violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, make that motion. Moved by Vice Chair Ray, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales. Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner Gissler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. 8 yes.
All right, now Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, it's time for communications.
Thank you, Chair. Communications tonight. Senco County resolution opposing legislation pertaining to legal control of solar and wind developments. Ontonagon County resolution opposing the legislation pertaining to local control of solar and wind development. Communications from the city of Kalamazoo requesting a matching county contribution in the amount of $25,000 in funding for the annual tree lighting in Bronson Park. Notice of intent to establish condominium project, East Side Square condominiums. Number G or letter G, sorry. Osceola County resolution opposing any legislative pertaining to the control or permitting or pertaining to the local control over wind and solar development. Michigan Public Service Commission public pre-hearing to consider Indiana Michigan Power Company INM September 15th, 2023 application request. An email from Tom Knoll stating opposition of paying off medical debt. Clinton County resolution opposing any legislation pertaining to local or prohibiting local control over wind and solar power.
The chair knows of no other communications.
That's it.
Approval of minutes. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the September 19th, 2023 draft committee and committee of the whole and regular meeting minutes.
Second.
It's been moved and supported. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes. Approval of the agenda. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as printed.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, next is public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us your name and address, and you have up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Ann Cooper and I live in Portage, Michigan. And over the past 5 months, I've been having the wonderful privilege of joining your meetings and offering comments. And I just want to thank you all so very much for your respectful and courteous way of treating your visitors and your guests. It's been really a wonderful learning experience for me to be with you, and I appreciate it so much. And I just wanted to say, I think your courtesy, professionalism, and philosophy of public service is truly impressive. So thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lisbeth Fuentes, as Jen introduced me just a few moments ago. I live in the city of Kalamazoo in the Millwood neighborhood, and I am undocumented and also documented. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who voted in favor of the proclamation in support of the Drive Safe bills. And I also want to give a special shout out to Commissioner Jen Strauss for helping support this proclamation that would make all Kalamazoo County residents feel welcome. So not having a driver's license is a huge barrier for many of the residents here in the county, especially for undocumented people. Many people live in fear of doing basic things like going to the doctor or the hospital, taking their kids to school, going grocery shopping, traveling to and from work, and pretty much doing anything that involves driving. Residents in our community live in constant fear of getting pulled over, arrested, and ultimately getting separated from their families due to the simple issue of not having a driver's license. Most of us undocumented residents are very productive workers. We pay local, state, and federal taxes, and we contribute to benefits such as Social Security and Medicaid, but yet we don't get to receive these benefits. It's been 15 years since access to driver's licenses was taken away to people like me, who have not been able to obtain citizenship, not because we don't want to, but because of the lack of a pathway. This situation seems to affect the Latino community disproportionately, but it also includes all demographics. Patrick Loyola, for example, who was shot and killed in Grand Rapids. He was Black, male, undocumented, and was killed by the police. So people all over the state, but here in Kalamazoo, live in constant fear. Once again, I want to congratulate this board for taking this opportunity to take the lead on this issue and to show the county that the state that we need action to protect our community members and people like me. And I also have a story. I don't know how much time I have left, but many of our residents were not able to make it to this meeting today, but I do want to read her story. Here I go. This is from Leticia, and it says, "Hello, my name is Leticia, and I am a Kalamazoo resident. I live in the North Side. I moved from Arizona to Kalamazoo in 2006 due to the profiling and persecution we felt as immigrants during Sheriff Arpaio's term.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Is there any way somebody else could read the rest of that? They could do it under their 3 minutes. Do you have anybody? I apologize.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Damaris.
Thank you.
Okay. This is on behalf of Leticia, who couldn't make it today. My name is Leticia, and I am a Kalamazoo resident. I live in the North Side. I moved from Arizona to Kalamazoo in 2006 due to the profiling and persecution we felt as immigrants during the Sheriff Arpaio term. I was very happy to arrive in Michigan. I was able to take my driving test and obtain my driver's license, but after it expired, I was no longer able to renew it. In 2017, on a day I was returning home from work, I had to pick up my kids from school. Unfortunately, I was pulled over by the police. I didn't know the reason why I was pulled over. I always respected speed limits and traffic rules. The police officer complained that I didn't have a driver's license and prevented me from driving. He asked me to call someone with a driver's license to pick me up. I pleaded with him to let me go because I had to pick up my kids at school. I was very worried about them because they were waiting for me to pick them up from school. I felt helpless knowing that my children were waiting for me and I couldn't let them know that I was being forbidden to drive. The officer stayed with me and didn't leave until he was certain that my sister arrived to pick me up so that I wouldn't drive. I called my husband to have him go pick up the kids. He had to leave work early as an emergency in order to pick up our children. The police officer gave me a ticket, which required me to go to court. I paid a $500 fine. What I paid doesn't matter, but the fear that I carry and the anxiety I had knowing that I had to continue risking because I had no other option. I had to get rid of the car and buy another out of fear because the court warned me not to drive. But prior to purchasing a different car, I spent a lot of time asking for rides, but people didn't always have time to pick me up. So I had no other option than to drive again. In order to continue picking up my children, I had to take a different route, since I feared that the same officer would recognize me and would pull me all over again. I felt very saddened that despite the daily stress, I also had to deal with the fear of being separated from my children. I'm thankful to God that to the present day, I have been able to kiss and say goodnight to my children, even though I am unable to accompany them on school field trips. I have a child that is 10 years old, and every time there is a school field trip, he begs me to go with him. But only I know the reason I am unable to go with him. He is so young and doesn't understand why. If I had a car. And thank you very much. I know you guys get the story, but thank you.
Thank you very much. And I apologize for cutting you guys off. I just got to stick to the 3 minutes, but I appreciate your story.
Hello, my name is Teresa Hernandez Torres, and I am speaking on behalf of Lilia, who wasn't able to make it today. Good afternoon. My name is Lilia. I have only one child and I live in Kalamazoo on the east side. One of the reasons I would like to have a license is because my only son who lives in the state of Texas. Because my only son lives in the state of Texas. Like me, he doesn't have access to a license, so he cannot visit me and I cannot visit him. Because of the fear of traveling without a license, my husband and I have not seen my husband for 10 years. The last time I seen my son was in 2012. It wasn't until last year of 2022 when my husband and I decided to pluck up the courage and travel to Texas. We entrusted ourselves to God and decided to go see him. We were very afraid that the police would stop us, but nevertheless, we had to do it because I wanted to see my only son. Here, we have a granddaughter who is like our daughter. Before the trip, we had to say goodbye to her as if it was the last time we were going to see her, because we didn't know what could happen on the way and if we were able to come back. But even so, we had to take the risk because I had not seen my son in a long time. Thank God, we had no encounters with the police and we returned to Kalamazoo in safety. Today, I'm asking you to help families like mine and many others to stay together to be able to visit each other. I would like to have a license so I can go see my only son more often. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maria Teresa Hernandez and I live in Kalamazoo in the Edison neighborhood. And this morning when you guys pray and everything, I feel so good. I feel like you guys very humans. And I want to let them know the two person, I do not see who they're not both, yes. I go continue praying for them. And please, when you guys pray, do where you pray, because you're praying something and you do other thing different. I have 3 children here in Kalamazoo, and I live here for 22 years. I very stressful when I driving without license. because I afraid a police pull me over for not having the license. I drive absolutely when it's necessary. I always think when my children get older, they will get a license and they'll be driving me everywhere. Like, I want to go to Myers, take me to Myers. I want to go to the pharmacy, take me there. I want to go wherever, where I want to go, and they're going to take me. But you know what? My children, they're in the college right now, and they're not living in my house anymore. They cannot take me anywhere. So I have to be fighting for the license I need to driving. Every time when I leave from my house, I pray like everybody else does pray. And I pray, God, please let me come back to my house with my family and safe. And every time I come back to my house, I say, thank you, God, for letting me come back safe. We not dangerous people. We just want to driving. I want to go to the pharmacy and get my medicine what I need without big my passport every time when I go to the store. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Sheriff Fuller.
Hi, I hope you're listening to these stories tonight. One of the stories here was about the police officer waiting for a long time, waiting for somebody to come pick somebody up. That's difficult for the police as well. You know, these traffic stops, this is not something that law enforcement's out there looking for. You might know by looking at the jail population, not just in Kalamazoo County, but Kent County, Allegan County, you name it, that our jails are filled with felons. They're filled with felons who have committed violent crimes. The population we're talking about are not out committing violent crimes. They're working. They're trying to work. They're trying to take care of their families. And so when I point out the fact that the act, and first, let me say, thank you. Thank you for your endorsement of this act. This act is called the SAFE Act, and it stands for safety, access, freedom, and economy. Well, it's missing one letter, H, for health. I don't know how you'd work that into that word. I guess it would be shave, but it comes down to this. The health of our community can depend on this. Talking about going to get medicines, talking about getting people to doctor's visits. Think about this. If you had to live in fear, you're already here in this country, and you had to live in fear every single day that you wouldn't be able to go to work, you wouldn't be able to go to a doctor, and you wouldn't be able to take care of your family the way you know you need to take care of your family. Those are hard things. And so I'm pleased to see that, you know, this is coming back around in the state of Michigan. In 1995, I was a deputy on the road, and it changed, and people started getting IDs and licenses. And then up in 2007, it changed again. And that's when we saw more issues. And it was a difficult thing for law enforcement to have to be the heavy in a situation where there was a societal need that had to be addressed. So ultimately, if this comes back around, I don't see a lot of people in law enforcement that will weigh in heavily against it. It comes down to the fact that we need people safe in our communities. So thank you very much.
Thank you. See no others. Any other citizens?
Hi, greetings again. Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Daniel. Again, I use he, him pronouns, and I serve as Director of Public Policy for YWCA Kalamazoo. And I just want to say a special thank you to the supporting commissioners who are in favor of supporting the YWCA Kalamazoo crucial acts to support the Comprehensive Reproductive Health Fund. There's an excursion by the few on the many, the so many that support the truth of reproductive freedom. The truth is, one, that gender affirming care, things like access to PrEP, gender identity markers, packers, wigs, binders, all the necessities that folks take for granted to help someone live a fuller and more authentic life. Gender affirming care here in Kalamazoo is one of our most used resources by the Reproductive Health Fund. Hundreds of residents believe that they should have access to comprehensive reproductive health care. And more than hundreds have exercised that right, that freedom to make choices that best align with their situation and their situation around their reproductive health. Also, this body has a role to stand in and prevent the gaps that will only widen should individuals cease to have access to reproductive health care that is accessible, safe, and affordable without barriers. Allocations from the county will support a forward generation that believes in reproductive freedom, a freedom that is unrestricted, unoppressive, and supports those impacted most by intersecting issues that restrict access to comprehensive reproductive health care. Let the county not turn their backs now on the 240 plus residents that have made the decision to live their full lives by accessing the Reproductive Health Fund. I thank you again.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners, Vice Chair, and Chair. Thank you so much for passing the Week Without Violence proclamation. My name is Adrienne Zaya. I am the Public Policy Coordinator in Maternal and Child Health for the YWCA of Kalamazoo, and I'd like to offer this statement in that regard. This proclamation is a commitment and a promise to all in Kalamazoo County residents that they deserve to live in a community where they can thrive and are safe from all forms of violence, especially for our residents who are survivors of gender-based violence. It is important to recognize that although a week without violence takes place on the third week in October, all of October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, or DVAM. It has been found that in the US, 1 in 4 women experience abuse during their lifetime. Just last year in Kalamazoo County, over 1,700 people experienced domestic violence. Again, this proclamation represents a promise moving forward. This county and the community behind you will fight against all forms of gender-based violence. This means that municipalities must take seriously the rights of women, femme-identifying, and non-binary individuals, which are the most impacted by systemic root of societal norms that perpetuate gender inequity and power imbalance between genders. We have to take seriously protecting, promoting, and fulfilling their rights against heteronormative frameworks, gender-biased policies, and cultures that bring harm, intentional or otherwise, to this mission. In order for this proclamation to be fully realized, we as a community must truly comprehend this issue to take seriously its obligation. A week without violence is the beginning of a community care and support for all survivors. To continuously center survivors and stand in solidarity across the intersection of all gender-based issues, including sexual and reproductive health. Survivors of violence are one of the most impacted groups surrounding sexual and reproductive health consequences due to restricted choices and decision-making around their own body's healthcare. This proclamation goes far in acknowledging our county's commitment to eliminating this pressing issue within our community. Let this proclamation continue to hold our county and communities accountable for meaningful action that forces us to show up and protect survivors and ensure their safety and security. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other citizens wishing to address the board? Seeing none, Dina or Terrell, are there any phone calls ready for us?
Hi, my name is Mary Gergley. My address is 6196 De La Salle Court, Kalamazoo, Michigan, 49009. And I'm calling to record my opposition to the YWCA grant request for $100,000 of taxpayer dollar funds to be used in support of abortions, contraception, and gender affirming care. I believe that this is a misuse of taxpayer money in that in particular, that it supports the taking of innocent life and the discrimination of the unborn children. So again, I am opposed to this and would ask that my statement be taken into account. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Florence Nelson, and I reside in Kalamazoo County. I am calling once again to state my very strong objection to the use of my tax dollars and everyone's tax dollars to go to the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund. I think it would be a much better use of our tax funds if it were to go to people who are truly in need, not to a group of people who are making a free choice to engage in the procedures that would be promoted, let's say, under the Reproductive Act. The money, the tax money, should go to people who have no choice, who are desperately needing help for their housing, for their health, not to people who have a choice about what they would like to do with their bodies, a choice which is extremely controversial and divisive. So once again, I would ask the Commission to seriously consider not giving these funds to the YWCA. Let them get their funds privately. Let people pay for themselves for these procedures if that's what they choose to do. Thank you for listening. I would like this message played at both the 4 o'clock and 7 o'clock meetings. Thank you.
I'm Jeanette Rubinski calling from Kalamazoo County. Please play this message at both the 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. meetings of the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners on Tuesday, October 3rd. I would like to thank all of the commissioners, Administrator Catlin, and every county employee who worked on the 2024 budget. The digital budget book that you posted online is great, and I read it from cover to cover. I especially liked the explanatory information in each section, as well as the organizational charts and drop-down spreadsheets throughout the document. I learned a lot about Kalamazoo County structure, operations, and cash flow. Even the glossary was interesting. The 4 transformative community initiatives which the commissioners selected for 2024, namely the Employee Emergency Relief Fund, the Foreclosure Assistance Fund, the TRICARE Child Care Assistance Program, and the State Medical Bill Relief Program, sound like wonderful projects which will benefit large segments of our community in a big way. I have 2 concerns, however, about the Medical Bill Relief Program. First, the minutes for the 4 p.m. meeting on September 19 state that a national nonprofit would administer the program and negotiate with local health systems. I'm curious as to which national nonprofit would administer the program. Secondly, I think that the rules of the program should stipulate that the money will not be used for abortion, artificial contraception, gender-affirming care, or any doula care related to those services. The program should also be subject to audit by an independent accountant, and the resulting audit opinion should be made public. Releasing only the audit opinion to the public will maintain the privacy rights of the program beneficiaries. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Cooper, and I live in Portage, Michigan. Please play my comments at both the 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. Kalamazoo Board of Commissioners meetings on October 3rd. Today, I'm calling to again express to you my very strong opposition to funding the YWCA Reproductive Health Grant request under consideration for the 2024 budget. If funded, this program will spend $100,000 of our taxpayer dollars to pay for abortions and gender-affirming care. I would like to again remind you that our Declaration of Independence, so very dear to all USA citizens, states that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that all are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The YWCA Reproductive Health Grant opposes our Declaration of Independence as it does not support life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all Americans of all ages. Today, I would like to share with you the testimony of Sarah Wilhelm about her recent pregnancy and the challenges faced when her baby in the womb was diagnosed with significant abnormalities of the urinary tract. This diagnosis was so serious, the baby was given only a 50% chance of living more than a few weeks after birth. Sarah was advised to abort her baby, even though there was a real possibility that the diagnosis was inaccurate. Sarah made the decision to choose life for her baby, and she stated, "I had always believed that it was not our place to choose when a person, however small, was to die. She knew that if her baby only lived a few days or weeks, it would be a tragic loss for her family, yet she hoped for healing or a less serious condition for her child at birth." Sarah's little boy was born, and his condition was actually mild enough to need only minor surgery. He is now 3 years old and is healthy and meeting every milestone. Sarah stated, "It's so heartbreaking to think how many children would have been aborted because of inaccurate information, fear of the unknown. How many of those children would have been just as perfect and virtually normal as my son?" Sarah's testimony illustrates the righteousness of choosing life for children. Abortion kills a preborn child, and gender surgery kills the hopes and dreams, the pursuit of happiness of a young person. Please, Kalamazoo Board of Commissioners, concentrate on your legitimate responsibilities in serving our county and fund only the services that all our citizens truly need. Do not fund the YWCA Reproductive Health Grant request. A question: has the Pandora's box of nightmare scenarios involving malpractice and incompetence lawsuits, which could possibly be brought against those funding this type of grant, been considered as yet? Please do no harm to our children. Choose life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for every citizen. Thank you.
And is that the list, or we're through?
That is all recorded calls. Dina, is there anyone online?
No, there is not.
Okay. Commissioner Gisler, would you take us through the consent agenda then, please?
I'll even punch the button here. Request for approval. This is under diversity, equity, and inclusion. Request for approval of a budget adjustment to fund the DEI coordinator position. Under finance, recommendation for approval of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. Under HCS, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with the city of Portage and the Portage Zhang Senior Center. Request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with the city of Portage and the Portage Zhang Center. This is a different one. Sounds the same. Request for approval and signature of the purchase of a service agreement with the Michigan Medicare Medicaid Assistance Program. Request for approval of Area Agency on Aging Region 3A. Request for approval and signature of the fiscal year 24 County Veterans Service Fund Grant Agreement. Request for approval of position creation and elimination within the maternal and child health care division. Request for approval and signature of grant agreement with Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, Eagle. Under housing, request for approval of the signature of a grant agreement with 266 Michigan Avenue, Kalamazoo, LLC. Human Resources, request for approval of the Administrative Services Contract, Stop Loss Exhibit and Schedule I. Schedule A. And the final item is under Parks and Expo Center, request for approval of the Arthur E. and Mildred H. Woolham Nature Preserve Master Plan. I move that the items I've just read be voted on at one time by a roll call vote and be considered as a consent agenda by the board.
There is a motion and support. All those in favor signify by, roll call vote.
Commissioner Morales. Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
8 yes.
Okay, that takes us into unfinished business and general orders. Who wants to make the approval for the Kalamazoo County Aeronautics Board of Trustees? I think we had talked about Gilbert Culliver and Keith Harrod. All right, I didn't pronounce that right.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. There is a motion on the floor and support. Any discussion? I think we do need a roll call for this as well. So roll call vote.
Vice Chair Ray. Yes. Commissioner Stebbs.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales. 8 yes.
Okay, and we were just moving right along. Request for approval of 2 appointments to the Kalamazoo County Board of Canvassers. Typically, I was looking at this, we get a letter of recommendation. Every party sends us a list of 3 people. Usually 2 of them don't want to serve and 1 of them does. It's traditionally how it's been going over the last 20 years or so. But do we know who I know on the Democratic side who wants to serve and who doesn't. Do you know which ones? I know Wendy Flora has done an excellent job as a board of canvassers. She sent me a letter. I know that she does a great job. But as far as the Republican person that they pick, Vice Chair Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I got an email asking us to support the Republican incumbent for the
Okay.
person who's currently serving,
Okay.
and I will support that reappointment.
Okay, is that acceptable to everybody here to appoint the 2 incumbents that are currently serving in the Board of Canvassers? They're doing a good job, so. What's that? Is there an official motion? Nobody has made a motion yet. I'm just talking about it. It's on the agenda. What's that? Okay, there is a motion on the floor to appoint the 2 incumbents. It is supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Discussion? All in favor, signify. Do we have to do voice vote or can we do roll call on this? It's an appointment. We'll do roll call to be safe.
Commissioner Stebbs.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales. Vice Chair Ray.
Yes.
8 yes.
Okay, we are now in the request to rename the Justice Center as the Judge Charles A. Pratt Justice Center. Commissioner Morales, would you care to make that motion? So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Now we have open discussion on the justice. We've talked about this in length. Yeah, so this is Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. I hadn't thought as deeply about it as apparently the prosecutor had, and I think he made some really good points. Where do we can honor a lot of people, but not by naming the whole building. I vote for putting plaques up and that sort of thing, and we can do that indefinitely, and it'll be definitely an honor to have a plaque just with you on there. I'm not talking about putting 8 names on the same plaque. I'm talking about an individual plaque for each person that we want to show respect and honor for. And I think Jeff presented that early on in our discussions at the last meeting. So I will definitely not vote to name the building. I'm sorry.
Understand. Commissioner Mazer.
And I agree completely with Commissioner Gisler.
Commissioner Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. I agree. As I brought up earlier, we have a lot of deserving people. And Judge Pratt was a great judge and very deserving of honoring. But I think there's going to be many others that have been here in our county that have served us well, and that should be honored, and plaques should be presented in honoring them. There'll be many coming down the road. We're going to change the name every time we think that somebody deserves to have a building named after them. I'm sorry, I agree that they should be honored, but I think an appropriate place with appropriate plaque to honor each of these individuals, because we've got a lot of them that are out there that need to be recognized and be remembered. So I cannot support just changing the name for one person. The Bar Association makes a lot of money from the courthouses, so I get it, but I think it'd be appropriate that we do a dedication with plaques, et cetera, but not just naming a building after somebody.
And Commissioner Wheeler.
As somebody who doesn't identify as a person of color, I just want to uplift that I will never know the struggle of people of color that they have gone through, that they still go through. And we have to take a moment to recognize what a monumental moment it was for Judge Pratt to become a judge. And so to me, this seems very fitting to name the building after him. And it's more than just naming a building after a person. It has really deep meaning behind it, that this was a huge accomplishment for the community of people of color.
Okay. I find myself in slight disagreement with my Republican colleagues in that my original opposition to this was based on the cost. That cost is not substantial in my mind anymore. And we have recognized that every board member has recognized that this man has deserved of some sort of honor. And I think that's a testament to this board, regardless of what we disagree on what that honor is. I think it's really important to understand our similarities in this, that everybody around this dais wants to honor this man for the accomplishments that he's done. Where we differ is the level of we go with this. But Commissioner Morales kind of turned me at the committee of the whole meeting when she said, yeah, there might be some other people that are going to come up and ask, and she's absolutely right. There will be a lot of people. But you know what? If we're prepared to deal with it, then we're prepared to deal with it. So I'm going to be voting yes on this motion. Can we take roll, please?
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu is absent, Commissioner Gisler,
No.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
No.
Commissioner Mazer,
No.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
5 yes, 3 no.
Okay, now we have a request to approve resolution establishing the responsible bidder policy special ad hoc committee. It's getting late. I've been at MAC conferences and here since like 7:30 a.m. So Commissioner Wheeler, would you read that?
Thank you. Okay, this resolution is establishing the responsible bidder policy special ad hoc committee. Whereas public procurement drives development, which in addition to providing goods and services Kalamazoo County needs, can strengthen local economies, supporting marginalized groups and boost local capacity for commerce. Whereas open and transparent procurement processes involve competition, increase efficiency, and reduce the potential for unfairness and corruption. Whereas Kalamazoo County's responsible bidder policy establishes the guidelines used to determine contractor qualifications to conduct construction, renovation, or demolition projects for Kalamazoo County and assists the county to award building construction contracts of $50,000 or more to the lowest responsible bidder. Whereas the requirements of Kalamazoo County's responsible bidder policy shall be incorporated into all documents used to solicit construction projects or establish construction project bids or establish bidder qualifications, and Kalamazoo County can refuse to hire any contractor who fails to meet the requirements of this policy. Whereas including as part of Kalamazoo County's procurement process, businesses that are majority owned and operated by minorities, LGBTQAI plus individuals, people with disabilities, small and local businesses, and women widens the potential supplier pool and promotes competition in the supply base, which in turn improves product quality, reduces costs, and increases resiliency in the supply chain. Whereas the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners is authorized by its bylaws and rules of procedure, Article 5, bodies, Section 5.9, to establish from time to time such special ad hoc committees as are necessary, which shall only be advisory in nature. Whereas special ad hoc committees established under Article 5, Section 5.9 of the county board's bylaws and rules of procedure shall A, have their purpose determined at the time the special ad hoc committee is established. B, have at least 2 commissioners as members of all special ad hoc committees. And C, automatically dissolve when its specific task is completed. And whereas special ad hoc committees established under Article 5, Section 5.9 of the county board's bylaws and rules of procedures may report recommendations to the county board for appropriate action. Now therefore be it resolved that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners hereby creates a special ad hoc committee under Article 5, Section 5.9 of the county board's bylaws and rules of procedure to be known hereafter as the Responsible Bidder Policy Special Ad Hoc Committee. Resolved that the Responsible Bidder Policy Special Ad Hoc Committee shall be established as a temporary advisory board of the committee and for the purpose of reporting recommendations to the county board for appropriate action related to the possible amendments to the Kalamazoo County's Responsible Bidder Policy. Resolved that the Responsible Bidder Policy Special Ad Hoc Committee shall consist of, but not be limited to, 2 commissioners of the county board, a representative from each of the following county departments: A, Office of Corporation Counsel, B, Office of Administration, C, Purchasing Department, and D, Finance Department, and any other members as determined by the chair of the county board as appropriate. Resolved that the Responsible Bidder Policy Special Ad Hoc Committee be created and report back to the county board with their progress within 6 months of the date of this resolution. I will make that motion.
The motion is on the floor. Is there support? Supported by Commissioner Morales and Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Discussion, there's really, until we find out what we're going to be talking about. Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu is absent. Commissioner Gisler.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray.
Yes.
Commissioner Streps.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
8 yes.
Okay, Commissioner Mazer, do you want to take us through it says communication under new business, but request, we don't really have a motion for the county for the Christmas lights, do we? Yeah, I'm just reading this. New business, yeah. We're yeah, it came in late on civic clerk. I'm going off the civic clerk one, not off the paper one. It's not on there. Yeah. It's just a communication. Yeah, I'm sorry. I kind of said. So I guess, is there a motion to grant the city's request of a matching contribution in the amount of $25,000 for the annual tree lighting at Bronson Park? Not seeing a motion. Okay, it is moved by Commissioner Morales. Is there a second? Okay, there is a movement and a support. We are now in discussion of the matching contribution in the amount of $25,000 to the annual tree lighting at Bronson Park. It will be using the Discover Kalamazoo and as a vehicle to do that. I will say I'm going to probably vote no on this. I'm really close. I kind of Commissioner Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler's argument on everybody's going to be asking us for money. But you know, if it passes, I'm still going to sleep at night. So. Vice Chair.
Right. Thank you. I also will not be supporting this. I think there are so many better uses for $25,000. I also think that using Discover Kalamazoo as a way around us really supporting one specific religion and holiday is wrong. It's Christmas and it's not inclusive to all Kalamazoo County residents. So I think that we should all be not supporting this. There are things like the Reproductive Health Fund, for instance. We could have supported the weatherization program. We took away their request and granted like 75,000 as opposed to 100,000 to support families who electricity was getting cut off. So it's kind of like, if the city wants to do this, I believe the city should pay to do this, and Discover Kalamazoo can help them do that. And we should not be assisting them in this. So it'll be a no for me.
Okay. Clerk Cox, would you, Commissioner Mazer?
Well, this has been a tradition in Kalamazoo for decades, and I'd like to see it continue, and I'd like to help it out as much as we can. I've also played musicals at the Civic, which is right across the street, from the park. And whenever we have our Christmas show, the Friday night when they do the tree lighting, it's almost impossible to find a parking place because there's so much community that comes out for this. So I'm very much in favor of it.
Commissioner Straps.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just articulate my rationale for supporting. Bronson Park is the property of the County of Kalamazoo. We do rent it to the city. But the Christmas season is celebrated in both, the holiday season. It has a number of religious holidays and is also celebrated by many people in a secular sense as well. We had some discussion with Commissioner Morales. They are being mindful of trying to take some multicultural approaches in the programming. But what I want to see is us to continue to support driving economic activity. And the holiday season is really important for local businesses, particularly small businesses. And if we are using Discover Kalamazoo to help bring these funds for holiday programming, this board should also strongly articulate that they are inclusive with the promotion of businesses adjacent to the downtown business district. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. I too like seeing that the city gets Bronson Park, which we rent to them for $1, which we've never received. And I get that. And I would like to support our downtown people, but I think that we have a whole county that we have to be mindful of, and, providing $25,000 to go through downtown Kalamazoo or Discover Kalamazoo to do that, I just don't feel that's appropriate. There's many other communities around this county that need funding for important things, as Vice Chair Ray pointed out, and I think that it's inappropriate for us to try to go beyond that. There's communities all over this county that do have to bite the bullet and do what they can do to provide holiday decorations and bring people to them. City's not the only game in town. There are communities that are struggling to, small businesses all over this county that are struggling to try to make ends meet. And I don't think funding just one, and we seem to give a lot of money to the city of Kalamazoo for a lot of things, and we need to help them, but we also need to help the rest of the county. I can't support this. Sorry.
Commissioner Wheeler.
I guess I just have a few questions for the city. Why, have they explored other avenues besides the county for funding? And so that's where I'm kind of at is, what else have they tried? And because they haven't asked for this in the past, as Commissioner Morales explained to us that, they need to do some updating of their decorations. So.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So other entities have donated. So we reached out to private foundations to give us some support, and the 25 was what we were short of. Last year's tree lighting ceremony, being that there was some more inclusivity, pulled out record numbers and contributed to the economy downtown. It's not just the tree lighting, but actual programming that's going to go in, not for just this one day. It will be like covering 3 weeks of programming. So, yes, there is different entities that we could put this money into, but obviously if the entities didn't get it somewhere in the motion, it was voted no. And so for me tonight was just full of, we could do this, and then people are going to ask that, but they didn't ask that, and I think when we're focusing on something, focus on that in the moment. And then if somebody needs 25,000 for lights or whatever, then we can create a fund to do that. But I think that the economy does need a boost. Downtown, I think they've had those lights for like 15 years. And so it was just time for an upgrade. They did reach out to several companies to get some different quotes. And, other cities do it and they have better outcomes. I mean, up the road in Parchment, they have a huge turnout for their particular community. We're one of the biggest cities here in Kalamazoo County. So, it is what it is, but I think it would be very nice for us to upgrade downtown, bring some more financial security in there. And if we have problems with, if Discover Kalamazoo isn't being inclusive, let's let Discover Kalamazoo know that they're not being inclusive. If, me and Vice Chair Ray were looking at downtown Bucks yesterday and Black businesses weren't included. And I plan on making a call to Discover Kalamazoo to see what that process is, but I don't think that should hold this up. It's up to the board. Like Chair said, I'm gonna sleep at night, but I would like to see some of the fruits of the labor that we've been working on to bring a very nice holiday season. We don't have to call it Christmas, but a holiday season, because all cultures were out there last year, whether they celebrated Christmas or not. So, and I don't think it's a theme of Christmas or like they're bringing Santa's or a holiday celebration. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Ray.
Thank you. I just want to put my comments on record because everyone's speaking to it. Discover Kalamazoo. Yes, I don't believe that you guys are inclusive of all downtown businesses. When looking at the information from the MAC conference the past 3 days, there are Black businesses located downtown that were not included. So those, yes, that's my comment. And I do want you to be more inclusive. In addition to that, when we're talking about having Christmas celebrations downtown, it's not just being inclusive to the businesses downtown, but also inviting the people across the railroad tracks to the events downtown. And then some of the things that were said, like updating the decorations, like the city of Kalamazoo just bought new candy canes. Like they were auctioning off the old ones. Everybody thought it was so cool. And like, I'm gonna still sleep at night too, but I just think that this is a ridiculous request of 25,000 for Christmas lights. And a correction is not 3 weeks, it's 3 months. And the city normally doesn't take them down until like February. So it'll probably be extended past the 3 months. So yeah, but I won't support it again, but I just wanted to put my comments that I said about Discover Kalamazoo on the record.
Okay, well, Clerk Cox, can you please take roll?
Commissioner Gissler,
No.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor. Commissioner Wheeler,
No.
3 yes and 5 no.
All right, that takes us into the annual meeting items. I'm assuming corporate counsel that I'm just moved to open a public hearing on the proposed budget, then close the proposed public hearing and then do, is that correct?
I believe so, Chair. I do see the request for approval of resolution to levy. Is that intended to be done at the delayed October 17th meeting then?
I don't know. I'm seeing it too here. I'm assuming that the approval of the resolution to levy would probably need to be done tonight.
Yeah.
The other ones, for instance, we're have a resolution to move the budget from tonight to October 17th
see it
because
now.
we're not going to be able to do that. Do we need to go into a proposed open budget since we're moving it to the 17th or? The annual meeting that's,
Yeah. Yes, you need to open the public hearing.
and then we'll do it again on the 17th.
Yes, because it's
Okay.
just held over.
Okay. Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. I request that we open a public hearing on the resolution to levy.
Okay, we are roll call vote. Yeah, roll call vote. Sorry. I was like, it's just kind of a half question, half statement. So
Commissioner Gissler. Commissioner Gissler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales. Vice Chair Ray.
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
8 yes.
Okay, we are now in an open meeting or a proposed budget for the 2024 budget for Kalamazoo County. See, Sheriff? No. Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to come out of the open meeting of the 2020? There's some support. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Okay. Now request for approval of resolution to levy. Does somebody want to make a motion to, gosh, there's like. Now, in this agenda in our civic clerk, we've got the resolution to levy. Traditionally, we usually just have one millage rate. We've got resolution to levy for the juvenile home construction bond language, the 911 millage, the senior millage, the public housing millage. Are we supposed to do each one of those levies separately? I thought we traditionally just did them all at one.
Summer levy is for.
Thank you, Matt.
Summer levy is for one, winter levy is for all the others. Oh, sorry. So this is the L 4029, the tax rate request form includes all of these millages. It restates the operating millage that was done for summer, but the rest of them are for the winter levy, for the December 1st levy.
Is there a motion that needs to be made by us tonight?
You need to resolve to levy that so that the L 4029 can be signed and then sent out to the units to put them on the tax bills.
Okay, we are going to need the language for that.
You're moving to adopt the resolution for 2023 and 2024 levies for the 2024 expenses. You're just moving to adopt the resolution that's in here by title.
The chair will entertain a motion to move to adopt the 2023. Is that legally suffice?
To adopt the resolution
To adopt the resolution
for 2023 and 2024 levies
for 2023 and 2024 levies
for 2024 expenses.
for 2024 expenses. Okay, is there a motion moved? It's moved by Commissioner Morales, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales. Vice Chair Ray.
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner Gissler.
Yes.
8 yes.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion to move forward the resolution to adopt the 2024 budget for Kalamazoo County till October 17th.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. All those in favor signify by, Vice Chair Ray?
I have a question. So does this mean we have to approve it on October 17th or we can move the date?
At the 2 meetings ago, we approved it for October 3rd for today. I had asked some questions saying there's no way we're going to be done by today. And they're like, well, it's statutorily required that we set it. And then we have to move, yeah. So if we don't get it done on the October 17th, on October 17th, we just move it to the first meeting in November. We have to continuously kind of postpone it. And that open budget meeting that we had for about 13 seconds would be much more lively during when we had the final budget, if that makes sense. Okay, there is a motion on the floor to move the 2024 budget for Kalamazoo County to October 17th. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to request to move forward the approval of the apportionment report to October 17th. It's been moved and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Motion passes. The chair will entertain a motion to request to move forward the adoption of resolution to apportionment ad valorem taxes to the October 17th. It's been moved in support. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, motion passes. All right, now we are in public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us your name, number, and you have up to 3 minutes. See none. We're going to reports of officers and boards. I will be very quick in the late night. I know this budget stuff was kind of confusing because we're moving it to a lot of it to the next meeting, but that's because we want to get it right. And we want to make sure that all commissioners are really understanding the process. And we have the time to go into some of this, a lot of this. It's a 360 page budget book that I believe is very well done. And I give my compliments when I did it privately, and I will now do it publicly to the administration and their staff for their work on this. I think it was well-deserved kudos. Next, the MAC, Michigan Association of Counties, had their conference in Kalamazoo. And I think people enjoyed it. I talked to a lot of commissioners and everybody was just very pleased with the Radisson. They were pleased with the downtown Kalamazoo. They were pleased with, commissioners and the Michigan Association of Counties. So the downtown Bucks, I think, was a big hit. A lot of people got it and used it across the street or got out of that hotel and, kind of explored the Kalamazoo a little bit. So that was really nice to have that happen. The last thing I wanted to talk to commissioners, and I will maybe be bringing it up at the next, one of my concerns as the Justice Facility Courthouse building, not the naming of the project, but the timing of that project being completed so that we can have a seamless transition from all of our courts and everything else. I know that our administration staff has been working tirelessly to try to figure out what's going, what the accurate deadlines are, how we can, best move people into that office. What I'm thinking is it would behoove this county, in my opinion, to have an independent, a second set of eyes or a third set, to look into that. And I know that administrative team goes to once a week or every other week or some goes to check the courthouse out. And I was wondering how this board would think about maybe if we asked the building authority to building authority to go along with the administration on a walkthrough and then give us a separate set of eyes. Building authority usually consists of 3 members from the building construction trades, 1 attorney and 1 banker. That's traditionally how it's been done. I think there's 5 members now, and I think Tony Lorenz was just appointed. Is he a banker or is he I don't know. No. He's an auctioneer. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. But yeah, I think we've got some people on there with some construction expertise. And I don't want to just tell administration to, take some people along with them or whatever, but I wanted to get some feedback from Board of Commissioners. So I'm not going to make this a formal, this is during my members' time, but please let administration know one way or the other how you feel about it, because I think it would be a good idea to get the more eyes in there, the better. That's my thought on that. And budget, we're working on it. We're almost there. I said earlier, this is a transformational budget, guys. We're rounding the corners and making it look nicer and doing the things that personalize it to us as a board. But what this offers is 27 new positions in Kalamazoo County that can help provide services for our residents. So I couldn't be happier, but with that, Vice Chair. Or no, Administrator, I'm so sorry. No, Vice Chair goes first and then, yeah. It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
It's okay. Thank you, Chair. I don't mind having the building authority going over with administration and check out the building. Also want to say thank you for the budget book to the administration team as well as the finance team. It was a great book and I enjoyed going through it with my sticky notes. So thank you for that. Also want to just say thank you to Daniel and his team for coming out and continuing to advocate for the lives of everybody in the community and not just for some people. So thank you for taking the time out to come to both meetings and stay here with us for quite some time today. Also want to lift up Representative Christine Morse is doing a listening tour on community violence intervention. As many of us know, there's money from the state and they are just kind of moving around and listening to people in the community and seeing what they want or need. The next session is Monday, October 9th at 5:30. It will be at the KVCC Groves campus out off of 9th Street. And then the last thing I want to say, thank you to Carol. Like, I feel like Carol is like the auntie I never had. Like, she always come through for me and I just want to say thank you. So that's all I have.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. The Fair Board met last week. We discussed last year's youth fair. It has been brought up that there was some concern that there weren't any rides as usual, as there has been for the last few years. This is something that's going to be discussed, I think, at this next month's meeting. It was successful. There was an increase in the people going to the youth fair and the auctions and stuff. There were a few issues, but you get a lot of people, you're going to have issues. So I think overall it went very well. I was there myself. I hope some of you others were able to get there. Our 4-H community, our farm folks do a great job of putting things together. I'm hoping that we can put some more together to make the fair a little more expansive and get more people there to see what these young folks are doing in our community and the things that go on. Because if they don't make things grow, guess what? We don't eat. So just sharing that with y'all. So they did a great job. It was an interesting fair. There is some concern that we don't have things like the Calhoun or the Van Buren or the Allegan or the St. Joe with the rides, et cetera. So it's going to be discussed. There's been a lot going on, obviously. I applaud this board for all its hard work. And I think it's good that we get more eyes on things. I look forward to kind of seeing how this new courthouse is coming along. I've been, working on it with everybody for many years, and I'm concerned that we get moved into it sooner than later, and provide good services to our community. Again, I want to support all those departments that are working hard to do the job for this for our community and making a difference. And that's something we have to be mindful of. It's not always just our vision, it's a lot of people's vision, especially the 9 members on this board. We've got a lot of departments that work very hard. Sometimes we have to go and say, hey, we need some help here, we need some help there, and work with them to make sure that they have the resources and the personnel to get the job done for our citizens. And right now that's a difficult task. Everybody's saying, hey, I need help, but nobody wants to work. And then with that, I still want to remind us all to thank those that protect us from both abroad and at home, our military, our local police and fire, our ambulance folks. Thank our county employees who work diligently every day. The 900 and I think we're around 945, 950 people if everybody is in their position that provide the services to our citizens. With that, have a safe week.
Administrator.
Kevin, you still on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I appreciate it. So thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience. I wanted to talk about just actually several items rather. The first one being the Justice Center. I wanted to just ensure that I keep the board updated on that. I do keep the courts, the prosecutor, sheriff, and all of our stakeholders, including buildings and grounds, very well apprised on the Justice Center project. And actually our buildings and grounds director has spent an exorbitant amount of time in that building, above and beyond what honestly we should be really doing as a county. But at this stage in the game, we have to ensure that this building is done or is completed on time, and that the quality is exceptional. So we've been doing that and documenting issues that we've been seeing so far. And so we can engage that building or construction advisory committee on that to assist and have some additional eyes on the project. So that's appreciated. With regard to the treasurer's salary, I did just send an email tonight clarifying that complicated process and decision that was made last year, November 1st of 2022. So I sent the meeting minutes to clarify where the treasurer's salary is at, which he's at the $113,048, but on the old pay scale system. So that complicates a lot of things in HR, and that's why it took us a while to find that information, because his salary is actually on the old scale. And it creates a little bit of administrative burden. So our recommendation, even for the new budget, would be to place him in the new scale. If the board wants to keep him at the B step, we just need to know that information. But I provided that information in an email to let you know what those increases would be from the B step, B as in boy, to the D step, D as in David. So for the K-114 band. With regard to the budget, wanted to, obviously we're here to be very transparent and open. Please do not hesitate to contact me with regard to the CIP or the team. With regard to the CIP or the budget, we want to make sure that you can make an informed decision or decisions moving forward, especially on the 17th. Do keep in mind, if we do not pass the budget on the 17th, it does create some additional complications with regard to implementation with regard to wages. We only have 2 payroll staff for the entire county. And so as the budget is delayed on its approval, it does take a lot more time, with all the time that we have off with the holidays and vacations going into 2024. It just takes a while for them to input all the new steps, increases, and implementing that wage scale. That's not to say that you need to rush in making a decision, but we are here to support information gathering and so that you can make that informed decision. But I did want to clarify the timeline, in the sense that as we delay, it just creates issues on the back end in terms of implementation. And then lastly, as you know, I'm unfortunately joining you all remotely because I'm at the ICMA conference in Austin, Texas. There are a lot of great sessions that I'll share a more robust report on the 17th, but a lot of great ideas to bring back to the county that pertain to our human resources and infrastructure projects and strategic planning. So lots of information to share, and Lindy and I have learned a lot that we want to bring back and share with the group. So happy to take any questions, and if there are none, have a great evening.
Thank you, Kevin. Terrell, anything to add? Commissioner Morales. I think I start with you all the time, but that's because you're there.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to administration. Great job. And thank you for those brave undocumented folks that came out to share their story today. you got to be brave to be undocumented and say, I'm still driving to survive. And it makes me think about just, you know, some of the epidemics that we've gone through when I hear people of color say, I had to do this, even though I know it was wrong, but I had to feed my family. And hopefully, you know, moving forward, we can get over this hump so that we can see some equity throughout our nation. And, you know, these folks contribute to our economy just like everybody else, if not more, with their bare hands and some of the hard labor that they do that many of us don't even fold our laundry. So when I think of that, and that's real, everybody on the board like, oh shit, I didn't fold my laundry. Anyway, good night on that.
Commissioner Strabs.
Thank you, Commissioner Morales. Our community that, you know, again, to the advocates, it's brave to stand up and share your vulnerability. So thank you to the board in supporting them, and to Sheriff Fuller for his comments as well. They mean a lot to people really suffering and afraid. And let's work together and make a place everyone is included. Thank you.
Commissioner Wheeler.
I also attended the MAC conference this past week. I was fortunate enough to be able to do that. And just want to highlight, I attended the session about Prop 2, Proposal 2, primarily about early voting with Clerk Place. And just want to uplift that they're going to need a lot of support and grace coming up. I know that in recent years, we've had a lot of changes for voters, and it can be a little confusing, and that there's still some more changes happening, but just be patient. They're really trying their best with limited resources and just limited information coming down from the state. The other thing this coming week is Fire Prevention Week. As if you don't know, I'm a firefighter. And Texas Township is kicking off Fire Prevention Week a day early on Saturday, October 7th at the fire station in Texas Township. They're having their annual fire prevention open house. So there'll be cider and donuts and coloring activities for kids and maybe some demonstrations. And so that's from 10 to 1 on Saturday. Thanks.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. I've got just actually 3 quick things. One, thank you, Terrell, you're here. So you get the kudos for the budget process. That's been very different, but I think very productive. And, you know, I like where we're headed with it. The other thing is the veterans millage will be on the ballot November 7th. And in contrast to my past performance, except for the one transit vote, thank you for pointing that out. I will be supporting this hook, line, and sinker. I think it's something that we should have done decades ago. And for $10 an average house, it's way overdue. So I'll be supporting that fully. And when I ducked out to go to the men's room for the last time, I ran into Dave Anderson. And Jeff, this is for you for Bronson Park for the last year.
It's $1
For me, for the county.
Commissioner Mazur. And we're going to put you to Texas Township, and you're going to find us 260,000. I'm just joking. Commissioner Mazur.
Be careful what you say about Texas Township. Did you mention the mac and cheese cook-off? Okay, that's this Saturday too, in the corners. Yeah. And then a couple of weeks ago, I went on the tour of the new facility at the County Road Commission. I would encourage you all to take that tour. It is amazing and impressive. So I would encourage you to go. That's it.
Sure.
I forgot to mention, as the Commissioner pointed out, it's fire prevention. Richland is going to be conducting theirs at Gull Meadow Farms. So on the 7th from 10 to 2. And there's donuts and cider there too, I believe. So please join your fire departments. As I say, please support your public safety people. They need it. It's a terrible world out there.
Money for lights.
Okay, with that, we are adjourned.